Check. Check. Testing. Check. Testing.
Good morning. We're going to get started with an invocation from Pastor Tanner Blosser of Wilmot Place Baptist Church, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Madison Bobier of Girl Scouts Troop 3469. Please stand.
Please bow with me. Our Heavenly Father, we praise you today for the seeming normalcy of yet another city council meeting in these chambers for our great city. You have a watchful and sovereign eye over us, and for that we are so thankful that you control all things. Indeed, no one that has ever been created, save for your Son Jesus, has a sovereignty and authority in the way that you do. And yet, as your word tells us, in your sovereign grace, you have instituted governing authorities just like these, in positions like mayors and city councilors, to be your servants. So, Father, I pray for these men and women to remember that any authority that they exercise has been granted to them from the mighty Lord so that they may act on behalf of the good of the people of Oklahoma City. May they exercise that authority knowing they will give an account to you on the last day for how they used it. So I ask God as well that they would hide themselves by faith in the righteousness and truth of Jesus, that they would by faith take hold of the grace that is extended to them by the righteous life, the substitutionary death, and the triumphant resurrection of Jesus the Savior, that they would repent of any sin against you or against their fellow man. And I pray, Lord, that they would commit themselves to your word and to your truth, and by so doing that they will do what is honoring to you. God, thank you so much for these men and women, and I pray that you would grant them your wisdom as they proceed in the business of their meeting today and in their dealings in the days ahead. Father, thank you again for this day. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor, and thank you, Madison. All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order, and we'll start with Office of the Mayor. We don't have any presentations today, but we do have some appointments. They're really all reappointments to the Arts Commission, Golf Commission, Urban Design, and Trails Advisory. We can take those with one motion, or Stockyards Urban Design, I should say. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Cooper votes aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 4A is a resolution relative to some other items that we have on the agenda today. And so in previous communication with Councilman Cooper, we're going to hold that to group it together. It naturally appears here on the agenda because it is an item from council, but it makes more sense substantively with some of the other items that are under items for separate vote. And so we will return to this in a little bit. Item 5 is City Manager reports. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have several reports on. We don't have any formal presentations today. The quarterly investment report is we actually earning more interest on the funds that we manage, but I really appreciate the work of the Treasurer's Office in diligently managing those funds. We have our year-end performance report, all the performance management, performance measures for all the departments through their strategic business plans are included in that report, and it's a year-end from fiscal year 23. And then the sales and use tax report is also on. Sales and use tax report shows that in September, our sales tax is down 0.7%, so it's the first decline that we've seen in some time. Use tax was down by a little over 2%, you know, it's something that we've been watching for some time as sales tax has slowed. This is the first month that we've had both of those sales and use tax decline. We're still about $1.3 million over budget so far on sales and use tax collections, so we'll continue to monitor that. We were relatively conservative in the projections that we made for the budget for this year, so we're still ahead of target for right now, but certainly we'll monitor that and keep the council informed as we go through the year. And that's all the items that I have.
All right, thank you. Item 6 are Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we can take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 7 are requests for uncontested continuances. Are there any this morning, Mr. City Manager?
I do not have any this morning.
That's historic. Okay. Item 8, revocable permits and events. Item 8A is a revocable right-of-way use permit with Capitol Hill Main Street to hold the Fiestas de las Americas Festival and Parade on September 30th. And we have Ureli Ramirez here to speak on this item. Welcome.
Do I just speak?
Just usually just tell us a little bit about the event.
So we are going to be having on September 30th our Fiestas Las Americas event, which is an event hosted by the community for the communities to promote the Latino different cultures and traditions that we have. And so we'll be having a parade that involves high schools, different organizations and businesses to promote themselves. Additionally, we'll be having different activities for kids at the event, as well as cultural stages that many of the organizations within the community are hosting.
Thank you. Wards 6 and 7, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I know this is a great event, really amazing attendance every year. If you've never been to the parade, for anyone watching, it is like the best, one of the best parades in Oklahoma City. We have a lot of really great ones, but it's just really amazing to see the breadth of music, dance, horse clubs, I don't know if that's the right term, but really wonderful. So I'm pleased to move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next up is 8B, a revocable right-of-way use permit with Stephanie Heller to hold Art Fusion Fest, October 21st through the 22nd on Northwest 9th. And we have Stephanie Heller herself.
Hi. I've met several of you through Commissioner Mon, but those that I haven't, hi, my name's Stephanie. This is our first year for Art Fusion Fest in Automobile Alley on 9th Street. It'll be October 21st and 22nd from noon to 10 on the first day and noon to 7 on the second day. We have 15 live bands going to be playing. It's very similar to other music festivals in other districts, but Automobile Alley did not have one, so we're excited to bring it there. The headliners include the Stringsmen of OKC, so that's going to be a really interesting touch. We have 25 vendors. We will have a pumpkin patch and paint a pumpkin for kids to do takeaway art. We have an old Volkswagen shell that's going to come in where people can paint it live, including children if they decide to get involved. We also will have a beer garden, food from all of the restaurants on 9th Street. And this is presented by my nonprofit, Women in the Studio, which is a safe haven for sexual assault victims in the entertainment industry. And we're excited to do it.
Excellent, thank you. Councilwoman Hammond?
Yeah, this sounds like a wonderful event. Very excited to have it be happening in its inaugural year, and hopefully it's a great success, and we'll see you back here next year. So I'll move for approval.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 8C is a revocable right-of-way use permit with Red Earth to hold the Red Earth Parade and Fall Fest on October 14th. And Chelsea Curry is here to speak.
Well, hello, I am Chelsea with Red Earth, and we are wanting to hold the annual Fall Fest parade and art market with the powwow happening at the Myriad Gardens. The parade will start at 10 in the morning and go down North Walker, ending at Sheridan, and then we will have our art market and powwow going from 10 to 5 p.m. at the Myriad Gardens on October 14th.
Excellent. Councilwoman Hammond?
Another example of a wonderful parade that happens in the city. Excited that this continues to be an event held every year, and I know a lot of folks look forward to it, so I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item 8D is a revocable right-of-way use permit with Ventures Endurance Events to hold the Hot Chocolate Run on October 15th on Kings of Leon Lane. And I don't think we have anyone signed up to speak on this item, but it crosses into wards 2, 6, and 7.
I think I'll take that since Kings of Leon Lane is very familiar. But I can only imagine people running down the street with hot chocolate in their hand. And I think I want to be there to witness it, so I will move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, now we'll recess the council and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through G we could take with one motion. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through D we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OC. Okay, if that's all, we'll take them in order then, which means we'll start with you, Councilman Cooper, AG.
Yes, just to hear a little bit of an update, because the Paseo, of course, is under construction with its streetscape, but soon another one nearby will happen. So I just wanted to let the public hear a little bit about that, and then I have one other thing I'd like to ask of them. Is Debbie Miller maybe coming up? Oh, yep.
Hi. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Debbie Miller,
Public Works Department. You're asking about item AG.
Yes, please.
This is a project streetscape along Walker from 23rd up to 32nd Street. We're doing sidewalks on both sides, resurfacing the street, and providing pedestrian lighting. We plan on, let me get your schedule. We have 100% plans in review. We're going to bid this later this year, and construction should begin next year. And it will coordinate with the Paseo streetscape underway.
I really appreciate your work here. I can tell you when I was knocking doors in the area there at 28th and Walker in front of where Frida and Samir's are, it was frequent to hear people say they have such difficulty crossing, as I know you know, Walker to get from one side or the other. I've seen people with wheelchairs, I've seen people with strollers, so I'm really excited about this complementary project to the Paseo streetscape. Relatedly, and I know you've already been in contact with Debbie Martin in our office, there's another streetscape in our ward that I'd like for you to kind of speak to. It's the Portland one from 23rd to 36th.
Okay, yes, that's a Better Streets project. We are, let me get you the schedule on that. We expect final plans late this fall. We will begin construction in spring of 2024, and it should be done later that year, probably about 6 months. So we'll be doing sidewalks and pedestrian improvements on that.
Could you tell us why? Like why we decided to do a streetscape in that particular area, please?
Well, we wanted to improve the pedestrian access over to Will Rogers Park. There's also a lot of traffic that crosses the street there at the apartments, so we're putting in a pedestrian crossing there. So we just wanted to provide more access through that area and make it safer.
It's really important for the public to hear what you just heard. And council, the reason why I brought up this particular streetscape in addition to the one that's on the agenda right now is because you probably saw in the news last week where a woman was in a wheelchair at 33rd in Portland, and she was trying to do exactly what Debbie was describing to cross the street. One car hit her in her wheelchair, knocked her into the opposite lane. A second car hit her, and then a third car. 3 cars, one a hit and run, hit a woman in a wheelchair trying simply to cross the road to access the park, to access home. And it's so hard, you know, knowing that we didn't pass a bond from 1974 until the year of the bombing in 95 to do this sort of infrastructure work, to know that such a wonderful project is on its way, but it's not, we're not there yet, right? But I really wanted the public to know, because I saw some discourse online where people are like, what are we gonna do about this? So on the one hand, I am devastated by a tragedy. On the other hand, I am encouraged by what Debbie, you have just described is coming to make that, that corridor safer. I knocked doors there too, and it literally required me to park my car on one of the east-west streets and then walk in the grass on Portland to go from house to knock those doors, which means I'm in the grass beside 4 lanes of traffic. So I just want to, you know, send my condolences to that woman's family, but I want everyone else to know help is on the way there in that area, and I really appreciate staff's work there, and thank you for that.
All right, that brings us to item BJ. Councilwoman Heeman?
Yeah, I was just hoping, City Manager, if you could, or maybe Jane is the point of contact for this, to speak to this item, to just kind of let the public know a little bit more, because I know that some folks have come and asked about specifically the money that the city might be getting through these opioid settlement conversations, but kind of wanted to highlight this as well, since it sounds like a potential for additional funding that we could disperse for opioid abatement projects.
That's correct. Yes, Jane Abraham, Community and Government Affairs Manager. So this is just simply a mechanism for us to let the state know that we are interested in applying for these funds. They just released this notice of intent at the end of August that they are planning to release the funds that will be available for political subdivisions throughout the state. of which there are, I think, 1,200 that are eligible to apply for this, and it's only $23 million, which is a lot of money, but we just wanted to make sure that we let them know that we do intend to apply for those funds, then to supplement the activities that we're planning to do opioid abatement. And so it would supplement the funds that have already been directly allocated to the city.
And do you know how much that is off the top of your head?
So I've got, let's see.
Hiram.
There's several different sort of pots of money. Let's see, if I can find my cheat sheet here. So there's one pot that's going to be done in the 18 different annual payments, so that will be over a longer period of time, which will total $1.1 million. And then there's a one-time settlement of $2.3 million, which the city has received, but we're still working on how we're going to spend those funds because it's a one-time allocation. And then there's another settlement that we don't know how much that's going to be yet, so.
Yeah, I appreciate that information because, and I had asked Assistant City Manager Fairbrush, because I know I'd heard from both police and fire just through various like social media or conversations that they'd been dispersing Narcan quite a bit. And so I received that report, and I was grateful that he actually also included EMSA responses. So these are all separate numbers, but EMSA alone had over 200, almost 250 instances of dispersing Narcan just in Oklahoma City in June and July. So just knowing that kind of emergency response is we're getting to people late. And so these sorts of funds will help us and hopefully get to folks kind of farther up the stream and pull them out and get them access to treatment or just tools that can keep them safe before they're taking drugs that they're not sure what's in them. So thank you for that. And really, yes, the amount that we might get from the state does seem like it could be small based on kind of the need across the state, but grateful that we're going to try to supplement that as much as we can to try to meet the needs. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, that concludes items on the consent docket that had been pulled out for separate comment. We can now adopt the docket if that's the council's desire. I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. The concurrence docket, we have items A through R. Item 10, we can take with one motion. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're at item 11, items requiring separate votes. Item 11A is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 12266 Woodland Hills Drive from PUD 1787 and PUD 275 to PUD 1956. Councilwoman Nice. The only person who signed up to speak is Joy for customary planning comments. Yes.
Good morning, Joy Reardon, 125 Northwest 9th. Thank you for the ones that didn't show up last meeting. I don't know if people have heard or watched the news. The reason why I come up here so hard on building out, a contractor hit one of the crude pipelines from that goes from Cushing, Oklahoma to Houston, Texas. That's another reason. That's another cleanup that the city is responsible for. What I mean by that is the city had to respond, medic units out there, fire out there, and police out there. That's what I bring up when we're bringing up these finite resources. That took 7 units that could be responding to other calls that didn't need to go out there. That's the reason why I'm so hard on this zoning, building out like we are. What is it going to take for us to slow down on building out? I understand that people on the council don't want to live downtown. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. That sure tells the regular citizens what the city council thinks about the city council. Tells everybody that's either watching or here today what the city council actually thinks of our inner city. Yes, we have problems. Every city has problems. But until y'all take hard lines and start cleaning up the messes created, it's not going to get better. It's going to keep getting worse. But if y'all keep building out, you're not solving the problems. I'm sorry if it upsets people on the city council and it upsets some of the people in the gallery. But maybe we should look at some of these zoning issues. Councilman Hinkle, I see you shaking your head no. You have a wonderful day, and I'll be back later.
Councilwoman Nice.
Okay, first, thank you, Ms. Joy, for your comments. This purpose of this particular application is to allow multifamily use and development, and I do, with this, agree and hope that if we are extending in this manner, that we can figure out ways of better public transportation as well for our residents who plan on accessing these parts of our community and our city. So there were no protests, and I understand other than who just spoke, there are no other people who signed up to speak?
Correct.
Okay, I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11B is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 8049 North Bryant from R1 and HNO to PUD 1964 and HNO. Councilwoman Nice, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you. The purpose of this application is to allow a guest house on the property, and this is where a home already exists. And for that, I did have some background information on this, so I will ask that we move for approval of this application.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
I'm keeping my mic on because I'm up next.
Passes unanimously. All right, 11C is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 1229 Northwest 122nd from SPUD 1058 to SPUD 1536. Councilwoman Nice, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you. I see we have someone here, and the purpose of this is to allow office warehouse use and development. So I will ask for the gentleman who's here to give us your name, your address, and if you can explain this development.
Sure. Mason Schwartz, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a spud on Northwest 122nd between Western and Penn. It was previously zoned in 2018 through a spud which included the congregate care facility to the east. It was originally contemplated as part of that. Congregate care was never developed as such, so it was parceled off. And so it remains undeveloped today. Our client owns a landscaping business, is seeking to develop the property into an office warehouse. Project development will host his own business there as well as other prospective tenants. The residents directly to the west, we spoke with that individual. She is actually supportive of the application. To the west of that is a substation, and then to the west of that is personal storage. So we do believe it's consistent, compatible with the land use pattern up and down 122nd in this area. We agreed to all 4 TEs, which we incorporated into the latest version of the design statement, unaware of any protests, and would ask for your approval.
Okay, for that, I will ask that we move for approval of this application.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you all.
11D is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 2801 North Hudson from R2 HL and UC to SPUD 1546 HL and UC. Councilman Cooper. no one is signed up to speak.
Yes, in fact, I heard from the applicant this morning, he is under the weather, which is maybe an expression I don't understand, but he's not feeling well. But he is very excited about this. He's going to be building something right behind where he already has a property there, and he's met with our planning commissioner. It's made its way through planning, and I see no issues with it, so I would move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item E is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 1103 Northwest 11th from C4 to SPUD 1548. Councilwoman Hammond, no one has signed up to speak.
Yes, this is an application to build a single-family home on actually an empty lot on 11th Street. There was no protest and it was approved unanimously, so I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item F is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 801 West Memorial Road from C3 to SPUD 1549. Councilwoman Nice, no one has signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you. The purpose of this application is to allow commercial development and the expansion of an existing pool and spa retailer. So I will ask that we move for approval of this application.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item G is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 2004 North Martin Luther King Avenue from R301 and H&O to SPUD 1553 and H&O. Councilwoman Nice, no one has signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you. Mark, is Mark here? Okay. We're good. We're good. I didn't know if he was here or not. I have been in constant conversations with Mark Zitzow, as well as the owner of the property that is wanting to develop, and this is to allow office and residential use. And this will be expanding a clinic for our community in this particular area on Martin Luther King. So I'm happy to move for approval of this.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11H is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 5424 Southeast 89th from C1 to SPUD 1556. And Councilman Stone, the applicant, has signed up to speak.
Thanks. Mr. Brewer?
Nancy Brewer signed
Ms.
up.
Brewer, sorry. I don't think we really need you to speak unless you just want to. Okay. This is for a zoning case for a fast food restaurant over around 89th and Sooner, which I'm pretty excited about, to be honest with you. With no protests, it was recommended unanimously by the Planning Commission. I'll go ahead and move for its approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item I is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, establishing a special permit to operate Use Unit 8350, above ground flammable liquid storage, in an I2 and AE1 overlay district at 6200 Air Cargo Road. Councilwoman Peck, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the basically a swap out. There's above ground storage tanks there. Capacity is changing. Airport Trust and the Director of Airports have authorized it through their processes, and so I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item J is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, establishing a special permit to operate use unit 8300.33, a drinking establishment in the I-2 Scenic River Overlay Design and Downtown Parking Overlay Districts at 219 South Klein. Councilwoman Hammond, Paul Hale has signed up to speak.
Hello, my name is Paul Hale, and I'm the one that's going to be renting 219 South Klein. I'm planning on opening up a bar/coffee shop in the area, and y'all are my last hurdle, so hopefully everything's good to go.
Yeah, and this is in the Farmers Market District, and there's other establishments similar to this in the area. There were no protesters, and it was unanimously approved by Planning Commission, so I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11K is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, closing and vacating a portion of a 10-foot wide utility easement north of Harrison and west of Stiles. Councilwoman Nice.
Thank you. The purpose of this request is to consolidate the property abutting the utility easement for development. So for that, I will go ahead and move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11L is an ordinance on final hearing establishing a no parking anytime restriction on both sides of Northwest 75th from Meadow Lake to Meadow Lake, along Meadow Lake Drive. Councilman Carter.
Has anyone signed up to speak?
They have not.
Oh. Since it was recommended to be adopted, I'll move for approval.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11M is an ordinance on final hearing converting one parking space on the north side of Colcord Drive from near Walker from metered parking to 15-minute time-limited parking. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, we have now reached a series of items that relate to a potential new arena for Oklahoma City, supported by a vote that would be called potentially in December, and other items. There's a total of 5 items, if I count Councilman Cooper's item that we previously held from items from council, a total of 6 potential votes. So I want to kind of lay out the organization just of how we'll address this. I think that the city manager and I will sort of give an overall lay of the land. I'll then ask Councilman Cooper to describe his resolution. I think then we'll probably go to comments from the public, which are many, and then we'll take all the time we need for comments and questions from the council. And then I think we'll go through a series of votes, just take them in probably in order of the agenda, starting with Councilman Cooper's resolution. But first, a brief explanation. Really over a 100-year period, this city has generally felt and has taken actions to express this view that the arena is an integral part, a centerpiece really, of our city's quality of life. We, as voters, approved a new arena in 1927, 1962, and 1993, and at an almost clockwork-like cadence of 30 years. It has in fact been 30 years since the city approved a new arena. For that reason alone, this would be a relevant conversation very likely in the near term. There is, of course, something that happened in 2008 that was made possible by our most recent arena investment, and that was the arrival of Major League Professional Sports, which creates an additional urgency here. I always point out, we've been building arenas with our own money for 100 years, but there's now a new dimension to this. And it became very acute as the lease with that team, the Oklahoma City Thunder, expired earlier this year. In 2008, people sitting in our seats agreed to a 15-year term with the Oklahoma City Thunder, and that ultimately came to an end. I recognized that the people of Oklahoma City don't have those dates circled on their calendars, so brought this to everyone's attention about 14 months ago and began this conversation about what we were going to do about that. The Thunder have been great partners with us and agreed to exercise a 3-year extension just to have a conversation about a potential new arena. And so we have engaged in that conversation over the last 14 months. It has ultimately brought us to today, where we have a letter of intent signed by the Thunder, as well as the documents necessary to execute a new arena that we hope to open before the end of the decade, and in exchange of which we will secure a term with the Thunder that is double the term we secured in 2008 and would bring this relationship out past 2050. I'm now going to that's the broad overview. I'm now going to turn it over to the city manager, who's got a few slides. It's not a very complicated presentation, but just to show a little bit about what is contained in the agreements you'll see here today.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as Mayor said, in addition to the resolution from Councilman Cooper, we have 4 items that are on today. The first item that we have on is the letter of intent between the Oklahoma City and Thunder, stating some of the key terms of how we'll move forward with this project. There's a sales tax ordinance in, and the sales tax ordinance basically says that the sales tax would go into effect to be a 1 cent 72-month sales tax that would go into effect after the MAPS 4 tax, so it would not increase the current rate. It would stay at the same level as the current rate. And that's only if it's approved by the voters. So it only goes into effect if it's approved by the voters. Then there's 2 resolutions that are needed to call the election. One authorizes the mayor to sign a proclamation calling for an election on December the 12th. And the second one notifies the election board of our intent to call a special election on December the 12th. Looking at just a couple of the key terms, a few key terms, you look at the document, it's a fairly brief document. It really sets forward how we intend to work together and what would be gained by this letter of intent. The primary term that we have that's highlighted here is the 25 years that the team would commit to play in the new arena. Once the new arena is completed, it'd be 25 years the team would commit to play here. And that's stipulated, or it's contingent upon the voters approving the sales tax, and then the new arena agreements being approved by the city and the team. The NBA, this references the NBA. The NBA would not be a party to this agreement, but they have to sign off on any agreements that an NBA team signs. And so they would have to approve that and review that. The 3 agreements that are outlined in the letter of intent are the use license agreement, that we have one of those now currently for the team existing today. It's the new food and beverage agreement that talks about the splits on revenues in the food and beverage. And then there's a construction agreement that is one, and we do have a food and beverage agreement currently. The construction agreement is for the development of the new arena, how the parties would work together in the design and the development and construction of the new agreement, or the new arena. And so those 3 agreements would also have to be approved for the terms of the letter of intent to be in place. The team also will agree to continue to play in Paycom Center, the current Paycom Center, until the new arena is completed. So altogether, it would be at least 30 years that the team is committing to play with the agreements that are in the letter of intent. Some of the key terms, some of the additional key terms that are in there is the minimum budget for the arena would be $900 million, and I'll talk about the funding sources here in a minute. The building would be at least 750,000 square feet. That's been a challenge with our current arena. It's about 580,000 square feet. Newer arenas in the NBA that are being built today are a minimum of 750,000 square feet. It would adhere to NBA quality facility standards and require us to construct at that as a first-class NBA facility, but also to maintain that into the future as a first-class NBA facility. The facility, the new arena, would be located downtown, And our intent would be to open by the 29-30 NBA season, and that would mean we would work to try to complete this complete the construction of the arena no later than the summer of 2029 to allow time to transition into the new building before the season starts. The arena, I'm sorry, go ahead. So the arena ultimately will be owned by the city. And so it's just an important factor there. All of these are stipulated on the approval of the 1 cent sales tax. So it's a 72-month 1 cent sales tax that would go into effect after MAPS 4 tax ends. And that would keep that sales tax rate at the rate that it's at the time the MAPS 4 tax ends. It would continue, if approved by the voters, to be at that same rate then going forward for the next 72 months. This would not increase the tax rate. It would require short-term financing because the tax won't begin until the end of the MAPS 4 tax. It would require short-term financing that would then be repaid as soon as the sales tax starts to come in, so we'd pay that off quickly. It wouldn't be like we manage other financing that we do, where like on our GO bonds, we do 20-year financing. On our revenue bonds, like for Aqua, we'll do about 30-year bonds. In this, it would be paid off much more quickly as that 72-month sales tax comes in. The MAPS 4 arena, so the first source would be sales tax. The second source that we have that would go into the arena funding is the funding that we had set aside or dedicated to the MAPS in MAPS 4 for the downtown arena. That'd be at least $70 million. Some of the improvements are being made to the current arena, just changes of seats and the scoreboard, things that we needed to do and needed to be updated. Those are still being completed, but we're going to hold back $70 million of those improvements. Instead of continuing to make improvements in the existing arena, we would hold that money to go into funding, helping to fund the new arena. And then the team agrees to provide a contribution of $50 million towards the completion of the arena. So that's all that we have. It's the highlights really that's in there. It's a fairly simple letter of intent. It's those 4 items that we have from the city, plus the resolution from the city council, and happy to take questions.
And maybe we'll hold that for now.
Okay.
Certainly, we'll take all the time for questions, but we want to kind of get everything out there. And now I turn to Councilman Cooper for presentation of your resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Good morning, everyone in attendance. Are we able to share my screen, please? Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. There's one person in particular who is watching that means a whole lot to me, who got me to this moment, and that is Cloyce Cooper, my mother. 1 year ago, when Mayor Holt announced to the city that we were going to have an arena conversation, my mother knew I was a skeptic about public dollars going to stadiums and sports arenas. So she immediately said, "Baby, you need to figure out how to make it work." And so thus began the compromise. Now, I'm gonna walk you through what this is. So as you can see on your screen here, this is where the Milwaukee Bucks created with the city of Milwaukee and with community members. The first, I'll wait. Thank you. What they did in Milwaukee is the Milwaukee Bucks, community members, the city of Milwaukee came together and said that if Milwaukee was going to put to an election the construction of a new arena, then we should make sure a community benefits agreement attaches itself to it. And it is the first of its kind, and they passed it. It was Republicans, Independents, and Democrats who worked together to do this. On your screen here, you see that rendering of their work. It was historic, and it is what the owner of the Milwaukee Bucks calls a no-brainer. And so I would like to walk you through 3 points, and those are the 3 points I have brought to this resolution. So you're welcome to follow along on your screen. So the Milwaukee Bucks and the Alliance for Good Jobs announced the completion of a new agreement governing in-use jobs within the arena and surrounding development. As part of this comprehensive plan, the Bucks are committing to living wage and first source hiring provisions that will create opportunities for Milwaukee residents in disadvantaged communities. The agreement covers direct employees of the Bucks as well as employees of contractors engaged by Bucks in the Arena District. This is from the Bucks president, where he says, quote, "Our ownership group has never wavered in its commitment to not only build a world-class arena, but to create jobs and drive economic growth in a truly meaningful way for the Milwaukee community. Through this agreement, we're fulfilling our commitment to generate high-quality and long-lasting jobs for the citizens of Milwaukee who need them most. This program is absolutely vital." One more time. This program is absolutely vital to the long-term success of the project. The agreement between the Bucks and the Alliance for Good Jobs, and this is the first point. We were talking about basketball. I believe we're all familiar with three-pointers. And then as somebody who teaches argument, I too am familiar with what we call the three-point essay. So stay with me as I walk you through, please, these 3 points. Number one, the agreement between the Bucks and the Alliance for Good Jobs establishes a living wage floor for all covered employees in the new arena and surrounding district. The agreement stipulates a minimum wage for end-use employees of $15 an hour. Point two. Additionally, the Bucks and the Alliance for Good Jobs will enact a first source hiring program. It's also including a workforce intermediary that will require at least 50% of covered employees in the Arena District to reside at the time of hire in specified Milwaukee zip codes that are particularly hit hard by unemployment and underemployment. The Alliance will establish a hiring hall, also what's called a workforce intermediary, to serve as a first source for potential employees, including the recruiting, screening, training, and referring of potential candidates to district employers. So that's point two. Finally, the new agreement includes a provision that will provide Arena District employees with an opportunity to unionize in an environment that is neutral and free from traditional pressures associated with the contested and adversarial campaign, and without labor unrest and work disruption. This is known as a labor peace agreement. It says that a city has a stake in protecting the proprietary interest of its investment. In other words, we're about to make a $900 million investment with taxpayer dollars. It behooves us to protect that interest from labor unrest that we see all around this country. To prevent, in other words, a Starbucks and an Amazon from doing what these big businesses with deep pockets love to do when workers just want to vote. Now, they can vote yes or no. They can vote yes or no, but what happens is these big businesses with deep pockets come in and engage in, they hire a consultant, and they engage in a campaign to persuade voters one way or the other. This says back off, everyone be neutral. We're a nonpartisan body. Neutrality makes a lot of sense to me then, right? So those were the 3 items. Those were the 3 items. First of its kind, historic. You should see what they've done in Milwaukee. They, around that arena, have built an entire arena district with restaurants, bars. It is a premiere. And when I heard Mayor Holt describe their visit last summer to Milwaukee, where Mayor Holt, city leadership, the owners of the Thunders actually went to learn what they did in Milwaukee, that's where I got this idea. This idea did not come from my heart, my feelings. This idea did not come from my mind. This idea came from a best practice in one of America's great cities. And if we're going to cite Milwaukee as an example of how to design and plan an arena itself, then we should also recognize that what made that agreement work was this agreement with the community, that the community too should benefit from it. This is a win-win. This is a win-win, or to go back and use the words of the owner of the Milwaukee Bucks, a no-brainer. Now, let me walk you through my work. What I did then was a year ago, I sat with the owner of the Milwaukee Bucks Council. I sat with them and I learned, how did you do this, right? The CFO sat with us. He sat with us, so they walked me through this process. The next thing I did was I met with the labor organizer there, Peter. By the way, the owner of the Bucks name is Peter as well. So yeah, 2 Peters here. Met with them, and between the 2 of them, we were able to craft this agreement. Our agreement's a little different, and here are the 3 points. What we said was, okay, we have the opportunity to go out and hire folk to work in this arena, but we need to make sure that we're also connecting those folk to wraparound services, right? To make sure that when you're hiring folk, make sure you have some folk who might be a bit broken and not have had access to mental health care, et cetera. So let's make sure that these folk that we're going to hire to work here, that we have created that support system connecting them to local resources that can help them heal from whatever might be haunting them in this sort of way. We also said, let's make item 2, let's make that pay commensurate with what the city of OKC is paying its workers, and that's the $15 an hour. Unfortunately, some of our employees right now who are part-time are $12.50 an hour. And so we're gonna have to figure out how do we get the rest of our city workers up to 15 before we can get the arena workers up there as well. But that is something we're dedicated to figuring out how to do together. And then the third point with the labor peace agreement, this was new to our city. And so what Mayor Holt brought to me, of course I wanted to just do all 3 of them immediately, but what Mayor Holt wanted to do was to say, hey James, let's have a cautious moment here and let's study, right? It's the mark of an educated person to be able to entertain an idea without accepting it, right? So to be able to do that research, oh, by the way, it's Aristotle. That's Aristotle, who I'm teaching my students right now at OCU. They're watching. They're doing a rhetorical analysis essay, so they're actually watching this play out in public, the 3-point essay, right? But I heard from Mayor Holt that why don't we take time to study this new agreement and make sure council understands it? And I think that will do, because I think you'll see that what they pulled off in Milwaukee is exceptional. It's first of its kind, it's historic, and if it's good enough for for Milwaukee, why not here? And that is Russell Westbrook. Let me see if there's anything else I would want to say. There is. In conclusion, you should have seen this coming. I'd like to quote from Boomtown. Every time a new player joins the Oklahoma City Thunder, before he ever plays a game, he is required to go downtown and take a tour of the bombing memorial. He sees the twisted axle of Timothy McVeigh's demolished Ryder truck, still labeled with evidence tags from the investigation. He sees stopped clocks and broken coffee mugs. He walks among the 168 bronze and glass chairs arranged in neat rows inside the footprint of the missing building, each chair inscribed with the name of one of the dead. He walks around the reflecting pool on the space that was once 5th Street and along the chain link fence outside where people still come from all over the world to leave photos, poems, and stuffed animals. He sees the survivor tree, a gnarled elm that somehow lived through the blast. The memorial visit is an official team policy, required without exception. Daniel Orton told the team that since he actually experienced the bombing in person, since his mom had been right down near it, since his uncles were firefighters who helped at the scene, since he had been to the memorial a million times, he didn't feel the need to take the official tour. But the Thunder made him go anyway. It was part of the process. The connection between basketball and the bombing may seem like a stretch. Perhaps the most articulate proponent of the belief that the Thunder is in fact interrelated to community, interrelated to what happened here on one of our worst days, is Justice Stephen Taylor of the Oklahoma Supreme Court, former justice. He makes the connection between basketball and the bombing explicitly, without hesitation, in long, enthusiastic paragraphs that pour amiably out of his mouth. Quote, "My interest in the Thunder is about more than just basketball," he told author Sam Anderson in his chambers. Quote, "It is about what that organization has done spiritually, economically, demographically, all the social sciences for this community. Basketball has been the vehicle. When I go into that arena, I know there will be 19,000 citizens in the stands. I purposely used the word citizens. Most of them would tell you that 5 years ago, they could barely spell the word basketball. They had no interest in the NBA. They're there as citizens. They're there because that's Oklahoma's team. Chesapeake Arena, now known as Paycom, is a community gathering place. I've been to every home game for 5 years. I've had the same seat, and I've gotten to know the people around me. They're from all different walks of life, blue collar, white collar, professional, retired, and they're there as citizens. That's why I'm so enthusiastic. It's not that I'm some big basketball nut. It's because I love this community and I love this state. I'm with him. And that is why I brought to you today this community benefits agreement. If we're going to do this, why not do it with the league's best practices? So the skeptic finds himself willing to compromise to get quality jobs in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Now we will hear from our residents, and there are 36 who have signed up. So, yeah, on one perspective, that's out of 700,000, so not that many, right? But on another perspective, there's 3 minutes apiece, so it's going to be a little bit. So I thank you in advance for your patience, and I also encourage you that, remind you, I should say, that the Gettysburg Address was only 2.5 minutes, and there is many profound things that can be said in 3 minutes or less. We will be somewhat rigid on the 3-minute limit because of the number of people, and I would encourage everybody at the beginning of the remarks to state their name and address for the record. And Amy will give you a 30-second warning, and then I will cut you off at 3 minutes. There typically is a clock up above, hopefully that you can see, if that is an issue. And then I will generally try to announce not just the next speaker who is about to speak, but the speaker after them. So that person might want to, in fact, the whole first pew is available. They might want to go ahead and make their way down, and that will shorten our transition times. And so we shall now begin with James Beard award-winning chef Andrew Black, followed by Tim O'Connor.
I love when I'm first. Morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Black. I'm a restaurateur in Oklahoma City. I was here before the Thunder got here, and I'm here now that they're here. But I'll tell you this, the impact it has made in my organization. I know what it is and what it feels like not to make payroll some weeks. And when we know that there was a game coming up, we knew there was hope that revenue would go up and we can pay our employees so they can pay their bills. So I'm strongly in support of the Thunder. I'm a doubted Thunder. I think the restaurant community is also, and there's no doubt in my mind that we need to do this. The city has to grow, the state has to grow, and so on behalf of the restaurants in Oklahoma City, we are behind this 100%.
Thank you. Tim O'Connor, followed by Scarlett Cow.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Tim O'Connor. I actually live 748 Okie Ridge in Yukon, and you may ask me why I'm speaking in front of the City Council. Well, I happen to be president of the Central Oklahoma Labor Federation that represents some 14,000 members, most of which live in the Oklahoma City metropolitan area. We support the Community Benefits Agreement. We think it's a great start for workers in the arena to be able to guarantee them a living wage job that they can support their families on. And whatever I can do as a council to bring that to fruition. I know there's a little study we want to do on the organizing part. I'll just say that.
Labor peace agreement.
Labor peace agreement. And I'm willing to work to make everybody comfortable on this council with what we're talking about when it comes to the organizing piece of that. And we're going to be at the table as long as people want to talk about that and move forward on something. So I hope that the council will see a way to pass this agreement for the workers in the arena and also for the people that can afford a ticket to a Thunder game to get the best experience they can when they go to a game. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tim.
Before, Tim, would you mind just real quick? Before you go, and this will be one of two final remarks I'm going to have for the day. Can you hear me? Thank you, Tim and Arturo Delgado. Y'all came to the table as we met with labor in Milwaukee to learn locally what you all are already doing and to compare that with Milwaukee. And so should we form this study group with the CBA, we're going to continue this dialogue. A final note, though, and I'm glad Tim's up here. I'm also glad that you came, Chef, because I also see Jenny Nguyen here. Jenny, you don't know this yet. Hi. Jenny is a Ward 2 resident, and Lee's Sandwiches, their family has owned that for years. But Jenny also does some chef work in the arena. And you inspired me, and I haven't got a chance to tell you this yet. You inspired conversations with Tim. We attached to our agreement an apprenticeship program I forgot to mention earlier. The way this would work is that arena workers, we would be pairing them with seasoned people in the trades, right? To help us build the arena, we would be pairing them with seasoned workers within the arena so that they have an apprenticeship program so they can learn transferable skills so that we can connect them to the certifications at MetroTex, right? Like culinary arts, right? Electrician, you name it. So we're actually not just doing a hiring hall, we are talking about an apprenticeship program that connects people to the certifications, connects them to the associate's degrees, connects them to workers who are already doing incredible work so that maybe as they're working in the arena with someone like Jenny, they then go on to start their own restaurant the way Jenny has just started Bumbox. And you can see this all across Oklahoma City. So once the arena's done with its construction, we would be able to transfer those workers to other parts of the city and other jobs. So this is a long-term investment in our workers and our people. And so I hadn't got a chance to tell you, you were very inspirational to this, Jenny. And Tim, just thank you, and Arturo again for bringing your knowledge to the table.
Thanks. Thank you. And Jenny, I can confirm Councilman Cooper has used your name many times in the last few months. Okay, Scarlett Cow, followed by Shane Phillips.
My name is Scarlett Cow, and the address is 20 Northwest 13, and I'm also the president of the Greater Oklahoma City Asian Chamber of Commerce. The arena will align with our Asian Chamber missions and goals to support economic development of the Asian communities. Our goals are to connect, educate, recruit, and advocate. The OKC Thunder has been a tremendous success in our community, and the league has always cared about diversity and inclusion and served as a major supporter as our chamber, as founding sponsors and community partner. The Thunder team has been a community leader and support for the Asian community through the first NBA Lunar New Year celebrations and other training programs, such as the CLICK training programs for customer service for our members. After the CLICK programs, we completely understand why we feel so welcome, just like walking into a relative homes in all the Thunder games. Both of those events has a tremendous success and great turnouts. That is connect and educate for our chamber. The arena will be a major attraction for our city and a necessary economic development to elevate our quality of life to the next level with more concerts, performances, and sports. At Oklahoma City residents, we can enjoy amenities in our community and keep the tax dollars locally and benefit our local economy without needing to travel to other cities. The venue will also attract tourists and visitors as well as recruit more. It's going to be an effort for us to recruit more Asian talents and businesses to the city. As you surprised, we are always heard about Oklahoma City through the Thunder internationally. It is support our recruit effort. We are embracing diversity in our city. The new Oklahoma City Asian Chamber of Commerce closely collaborates with the league and strengthens our relationships by helping share the team's brand and successes 30 with
seconds,
our
please.
growing Asian community locally, nationally, and internationally. And vice versa. The Thunder team is also spreading good words and elevating the image of our Asian community through the word. Is advocate. Additionally, the arena will beautify and enhance downtown's Oklahoma City's landscape and will draw more people back to the core and to even build a stronger community. Thank you.
Thank you, Scarlett. Right on the nose at 3 minutes. Well done. All right, Shane Phillips, followed by Erica Lucas.
Good morning. My name is Shane Phillips. I'm with an organization called Work Ready Oklahoma. We're at 3 East Main in downtown Oklahoma City, and we're here just to voice our support for the resolution and Councilman's community benefits agreement. We think that a livable wage is something that will benefit not only the community but also the participants that we serve. So we're in full support. We'll help in any way. Thanks.
Thank you. Erica Lucas, followed by Jenny Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. First, I'd like to say thank you to everyone here for taking the time out of their busy schedule to debate this matter. I particularly want to thank those challenging this investment. Many are friends and colleagues whom I deeply admire and respect. And while we may not always agree on community investment strategies, we agree that asking for transparency, equity, and accountability is never a bad thing and will always make us better. So thank you. I am Erica Lucas. I'm the co-founder of Stitch Crew, an organization building a more equitable economy through entrepreneurship. We do this by designing and implementing programs to invest in traditionally overlooked entrepreneurs. I'm also the founder of VEST, Investor Ventures, a peer network for professional women, an investment fund for investing in women-led companies that are building the infrastructure needed to support women and working families, both at work and at home. We also invest in companies enabling employers to build the future of work to be a more inclusive workspace. So, Councilmember Cooper, I love your presentation. Access to capital and resources, as well as networks, continues to be one of the main barriers to entry for entrepreneurs, particularly when it comes to women and entrepreneurs of color. Unlocking this potential can infuse $4 trillion into our economy. That's why in 2017, we launched Stitch Crew with the help and support of the Oklahoma City Thunder and the establishment of the Thunder Launchpad. By the end of this year and throughout the course of 6 years, we will have invested in 160 companies, 90% of which are led by women and/or entrepreneurs of color. Today, collectively, those companies that have decided to raise capital have raised more than $50 million and created more than 350 jobs. There are now more organizations across Oklahoma City and the state of Oklahoma supporting entrepreneurs, and I'm very grateful for that. However, back in 2017, when we launched, there was only one state-backed organization outside of the 2 universities and independent co-sharing spaces that focused on supporting entrepreneurs. None of them had an intentional focus on making entrepreneurship more equitable. In fact, back when I was talking about supporting traditionally overlooked entrepreneurs was something that you didn't talk about, and if you did, let's just say it made you less popular.
30 seconds, please.
I had many doors closed. Fellow economic developers, investors, regulator, government, and corporate leaders alike tell me that investing in traditionally overlooked entrepreneurs was not real economic development. All but one organization decided to partner with us. All but one organization believed that investing in traditionally overlooked entrepreneurs was not just the right thing to do, but the most profitable thing to do. The Oklahoma City Thunder was Stitch Crew's first and main sponsor, providing us the space we needed to run the programs, and the space to run the programs. I know that there will be plenty of people making the economic argument of why investing in a new arena is a good investment. But in my personal experience, the Thunder has been more about just in sports and economic impact. They've been an incredible partner and ally to our mission, building an equitable economy through entrepreneurship, even when some other corporations have backed out of DEI.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Jenny Nguyen, followed by Randy Ward.
Jenny Nguyen, 1225 Northwest 32nd. Good morning.
Morning.
I serve as the Vice President of the Asian District Cultural Association. We are the organization that represents the Asian District. As James mentioned earlier, my family has Lee's Sandwiches there. In 2018, I helped develop the Collective Food Hall in Midtown, which is the city's first restaurant incubator. And just recently, I just opened up another restaurant in the Asian District called Boombox. And I was asked to come here today to make comments on the arena, but to be honest with you, I've been so busy with my restaurant, I had no idea. I didn't even have a pulse on what was going on until, a few weeks ago, when everything kind of went crazy. But I'd like to think that my achievements are a combination of logically following my intuition and asking myself, WWMIPD, what would my immigrant parents do? And what my immigrant parents did in 2007, they bought a vacant building in the Asian District and they brought in a national franchise, Lee's Sandwiches. And not many people actually know that it's a national franchise, and I think there's 3 key reasons why. Local ownership, accessibility, cost, right? In 2007, you could get a sandwich for less than $4. It's 2023, you can still get a sandwich for less than $6. Accessibility is a very key reason why Lee's Sandwiches is still around today, and the ability to create community. And the only way you can create community is through accessibility. I think that these 3 core things created the success of Lee's for the last 15 years and the next 50 years to come. And with this new arena proposal as it stands, we're able to hit 2 of those things, local ownership and community. And I live in the world of inclusivity. My work with the Asian District is dedicated to creating community and inclusivity. And I know that that is currently a part of our argument, or the arguments. Why would we choose an arena over our vulnerable population who won't ever be able to enjoy this big, beautiful new thing? And to be frank, I can bet that 0% of my first generation business owners and people that live there have not gone to a Thunder game or even an event center, but I can guarantee you that 100% of them have felt the effect of having the Oklahoma City Thunder here and having the arena here.
30 seconds, please.
Okay, I'll be really quick. The Asian District is the gem of our city. It's a gem in the center of our city, and restaurants and businesses depend on people. We depend on tourism. We depend on having a city people want to live in. I know that the arena will make a positive impact in our community just like it has before, and I know that with Councilman Cooper's resolution and agreement, we'll be able to hit all the points we need to: accessibility, inclusivity, and community. When we build big, beautiful things with people in mind first, we will always win. Thank you. 2 seconds.
Ward followed by Than Tran. Thanks.
Thank you, Randy Ward, 12624 Steve Drive, Oklahoma City. I just represent myself, but I did vote for the first maps, the extension, maps 2, maps 3, maps 4, and yes, I'll be voting for this. My wife and I were big downtown supporters. We live 20 miles exactly from downtown, if you drive it. But we supported it because when the first maps came up, we were looking at offices downtown. And my wife had actually shopped there as a kid. She'd come from Del City on the bus, and she loved downtown. She remembered it from the 60s. I remembered it coming down from Edmond because you could drive downtown at night and practice your city driving and no one was here. And also, if you were downtown in the 80s, it was a ghost town after dark. But anyway, big supporter. I do have 4 points. That's it. A big supporter all along of all these projects. I hate taxes, but I believe in this one. Mr. Cooper's resolution, yes, that should be a template. We're going to have other projects coming. So I would like to see some sort, we've got the multi-sport arena and all those, so, that would be fine with me. And also, the Thunder is a unifying force. When you live out like I do, and you hear a lot of things here from Mr. Cooper sometimes about urban sprawl and all those things, and I have spoken before, I'm not for urban sprawl, but I am a product of urban sprawl. But the Thunder, everyone is for the Thunder. I think most people are. You know, we're not in a district. We're not, you know, I don't live somewhere like that. So anyway, I think it's a unifying force. And so I would ask you to vote for it, and please pass the emergency so we don't have to come back tomorrow. Thank you.
Well said. Than Tran, followed by Joy Reardon.
Thank you. My name is Tan Tran. I'm from Ward 6, 3005 West Park Place, and I am here to share my experience as a local business that just started this year, OKC Food Hub, to help support local farmers with getting their products out to our local communities. So I appreciate Mayor Holt's efforts to maintain OKC's economic progress as well as being a big league city, but at what cost to our local communities struggling with poverty, food security, and health issues? How can this $1 billion project, which 95% right now is being funded with our public money, how can it be better balanced and hold the city officials and Thunder business owners more accountable to its local community? What kind of jobs does this new arena bring to our local community? How does it help Oklahomans get jobs with true living wages so they aren't living in poverty and can be self-sufficient and be able to take care of themselves, their family, and their neighbors? How does it directly invest in our local communities? Does it address income inequalities? And I promise you that James Cooper and I did not talk before this. So I bring these points to you from a lived experience, from poverty, from dealing with lack of infrastructure. That is an access barrier to most beginning businesses. I would love $1 billion. I would love to be able to get cold storage, cold reefers that can help move local food to our local communities. That would be wonderful. I am struggling to even find $100,000 for such things. I'm working with farmers, can't even get to $10,000 to get irrigation, to get things on the ground, right? To grow food for our communities. These are real experiences, right? And so I struggle with this number. It's so big. And you know what? I appreciate that the Paycom Center, in its current state, may not be capable of securing a long-term lease with an NBA team. I speak these words and I feel so disjointed because we live in a community where people are suffering. So we need to be more prudent with these funds. How can we truly balance the use of these dollars?
30
so I
seconds,
implore
please.
you to reconsider and look at these resolutions, look at the terms for our local communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy Reardon, followed by Glenda Love.
Hello? Joy Reardon, 125 Northwest 9th. I was up here earlier. I just wanted to echo some of what she said, okay? But we all know how the city council is going to vote on this issue. It's going to be a yay from everybody on the council except for maybe 3 people. You're talking about 95% of the average citizen is going to pay for this. If the Thunder wants to stay, they keep threatening they want to leave because we don't have an arena for them to play in. Yeah, it's great for other cities and what has happened there. And all these programs y'all are talking about implementing if we get the arena. Why not implement them now, today? Why wait 5, 10 years from now when our citizens are hurting? They're hurting every day. Get off the ivory tower and go out right outside the city hall and look. You got people sleeping outside the city hall. When are y'all going to wake up? We don't need this arena. We absolutely do not need this arena at this point in time. If the Thunder wants to go, let them go. I'm sorry. The money can be spent better on issues that we have today, not 5 years in the future. What's going to happen if we don't get the arena? They're going to go, okay? I was in Baltimore when the Baltimore Colts left in the middle of the night. A lot of people don't know that. They had agreements in place, but they left, they snuck out in the middle of the night, and no one was the wiser about it. If they want the arena, let them put more skin in the game. The $50 million that they're saying they want to put in, let's go 50-50. They put half in, we put half in. If they truly want to stay here in Oklahoma City, because in Maps 4, little people don't understand.
30 seconds, please.
We're wanting to build a multi-faceted arena. Plus, we're putting all this money into the current Paycom Center that's going to be not put there. The voters voted to put it in the Paycom Center, not some dream, not some pilot dream. So if they truly want to stay, let's go 50-50.
Okay,
then
Joy.
they've got more time in the game.
Okay, Joy, thank you.
I'll be back.
Glenda Love, followed by Tahira Johnson.
Hello. Well, I guess I represent the people who go to the airport at 3 in the morning at 45 degrees to welcome our team back from a play-in loss. So that's me. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm sorry, I'm not a public speaker. I have been a season ticket holder since 2008. And when my husband became ill and couldn't use his seat, we had multiple people use that seat. We met people from all over the world. Japan, all of Europe, interesting men from Belgium. We had families who came here on their vacations just to see the Thunder. I met one gentleman who took his vacation to go to all 30 arenas, and one of those places was here. Oh my gosh, Oklahoma City. He came here to Oklahoma City to our arena. And these people were going to spend more time here to see other things. I, as the former gentleman, I've lived here a long, long time. I remember when we were a wasteland. We were a flyover city. Now we're a fly-to city. People come here to see Oklahoma City. On a trip to Jamaica, I was in line to do a carriage ride, and the young man there saw my shirt. I wear my Thunder shirt a lot. And he pointed and said, OKC, Russell Westbrook, I'm going there. Now, Jamaica's quite a way away from Oklahoma City. Okay, sorry. They talk about the owners threatening to leave. The owners don't have to threaten to leave. The NBA will step in if our arena does not meet standards, and they will tell the city, you don't have a team anymore. Do you not remember how we got this team? Seattle did exactly that. If we do not move forward, we will slide back. The arena is not just for the Thunder. I am tired of Tulsa getting all of the really big acts. We don't, yes, we do not meet the standards of the big concerts that are out there now. And I'm not driving to Tulsa to see anybody. Okay. sorry. I know it's Oklahoma, but
30 seconds,
I'm an
please.
OKC first. There was an article in the paper by Professor Roach, who is, I guess, an economist at OU, and he was talking about how this was an $850 million tax for use by billionaire owners. As I said, I've been there since day one. I've missed 3 games. I have never sat near or next to a billionaire. I can see Judy Love, no relation, from my seat, but that's the closest I've gotten. And I'm afraid if a new arena is not built, we'll be able to solve the homeless problem by putting them in the Paycom Center or in some of the empty downtown hotels. And I thank you very much, and go Thunder.
Thank you. Tahira Johnson, followed by Paul Toll.
Good morning. Tahira Johnson.
Can you pull the mic down just closer to, or we'll get someone. Or, yeah.
Okay.
Or or you can hold it for her if you want. That's okay.
I have it.
Okay.
Thank you. Tahira Johnson, 333 Northwest 5th. This is a very large subsidy that essentially supports the entertainment of a small number of upper-income spectators. Too many other areas need more funding, such as sidewalks, dedicated public transit funding, school funding, and affordable housing subsidies. At a minimum cost of $900 million in tax dollars to build, and an OKC population of 650,000, the subsidy to this well-off group for a new arena is more than $1,300 for each city resident. And the capacity of the new arena does not increase. Only the VIP seating increases. Our city has needs to invest in, besides building a new arena that only a fraction of us can benefit from. Council should reject sending this to a public vote, take resident input seriously, and if nothing else, present us with a fair deal where the team owners are contributing more than 5% of the cost for their new premium seating. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Toll, followed by Cameron Glenn.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to share my story. My name is Paul Toll. I live in Mustang, Oklahoma. My family business is called Toll Rigging. We've been providing staged labor in Oklahoma City since 1978, since I graduated high school at Northwest Classen. The beginning of the MAPS project was basically started by a 1-cent sales tax suggestion when we were trying to get a bid for a Boeing, I believe it was a Boeing contract. We didn't get that contract, but Mayor Ron Norick at that time recognized that Oklahomans were willing to invest in themselves, and we still are. MAPS project has come a long ways from the beginning. MAPS 1 was MAPS for kids, and as you know, MAPS 3 and MAPS 4 are now where we're at. I'd like to ask everybody a question. How many people do you think MAPS employs? That's going to be a very hard number to answer, but it's a lot. And it would have to rival with Tinker, in my opinion, at this point. Not only does I represent a small portion of laborers, and we specialize in setting up concerts, entertainment. The Thunder has provided us a lot of work just through the Thunder, and the facility itself has provided us a lot of work. When I say us, since 2018, our company has gone from 20 or 30 employees to over 500 employees, W-2 wage earners, local employees. So we're very proud of that. As we work after the Alfred P. Murrah building tragedy, Oklahoma adopted a standard, a slogan of the Oklahoma Standard. And anybody that lives in Oklahoma knows what that is. As a company, we like to represent that standard in every event that we do. And as part of the workforce of Oklahoma, I think when somebody visits Oklahoma, one of the most likely people that they're going to be in contact with is a worker.
30 seconds, please.
Waiter, a cashier, somebody working at the venue, at the shows that you go to. And so our workforce is very, very important. And I appreciate Councilman Cooper's viewpoint on that. And I also think that the apprenticeship program would be very smart. And a thing that I've been
striving for, teaching and passing on the knowledge. So for us to be able to do that, we need a new arena. It doesn't just have basketball. It supports entertainment in general, and this one lady mentioned a larger venue is going to get us larger shows to be able to bring in more tourism. So I appreciate your time, and the workforce appreciates your help as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tull. Cameron Glenn, followed by Jack Werner.
All right. Good morning, OKC Council members and fellow citizens. My name's Cameron Glenn. I live at 8720 Tracy Drive. Despite being a resident of Oklahoma City for a mere 4 years, I've come to care deeply about this community, which brings me here to discuss the proposal of the shiny new toy, our new stadium. In the business world, we're told what we have to pay for what we want to build. But it seems like some want to break the simple rule and hope the community will foot the bill for a giant playground. The stadium's price tag starts at $900 million. It's a sum that seems to have more zeros than good reasons to build it. And while rich owners bask in the profits, we hold the ordinary folks are left holding the check. Asking the community to cover most of the bill while reaping a mere fraction of the return isn't just unfair. It's a slap in the face to the hardworking Oklahomans. If the Thunder's owners are so sure about their venture, perhaps they should dig more than 5.5% into their pockets. We could all be paying an extra $1,200 in sales tax. It translates to choosing between funding a billionaire's dream or saving a children's education and futures. We are currently 49th in education, but who needs education when we can have more basketball? Each school in OKC could get a $100 million boost, but it appears a new stadium is more attractive. A great city is built on the well-being and education of its citizens, not on extravagant sports arenas. Let's not trade our children's future for fleeting fame and entertainment. In closing, I'm not here to stir the pot. I'm here to pour out the frustrations shared by many citizens. Our actions will echo through the generations in Oklahoma City. Thank you for listening, though I hope you guys are more than just listening. I hope we can choose to act wisely for our future. Together, we can prioritize what truly makes a community thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jack Werner, followed by Ashley Souter.
I'm Jack Werner. I live at 3625 North McKinley in Putnam Heights Historic District. I know some of you, and I appreciate all the time you put in on these high-paying jobs. Thank you. First, I wish to acknowledge the amount of planning and work and thought that's been put into this strategy for the, I'll say, $1 billion project for the Thunder. I respectfully submit that 900 million's been mentioned. I think it'll be over $1 billion. I'll document why I think that. And also that my research indicates that citizens will continue to pay and subsidize this arena year after year after year. And I respectfully ask, in attending a meeting last night on low-income housing and the needs, maybe we could spend that $1 billion in a more effective way for our citizens. The Project Management Journal in April and May of 2014, with about 2.5 pages of documented specific research by Bent Fleibdorg, said, underestimating cost and overestimating benefits for a given project, which is the common pattern, leads to a falsely high benefit cost ratio for that project, which in turn leads to two problems. First, the project may be started despite the fact that it's not financially and economically viable. Or second, it may be started instead of another project, which would have shown to yield higher returns than the project started had the real cost and benefits of both projects been known. Both causes result in Pareto inefficiency, That is the misallocation of resources for public projects and a waste of taxpayers' money. It's a well-researched, lengthy article, and I'm happy to provide more detailed information on it if you wish. Every arena that I'm aware of comparable size and population continues to require subsidization by the taxpayers. I certainly am proud that we have the Thunder. I'm not sure that this
30
is the
seconds,
fairest
please.
and best allocation of our resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Souter, followed by Gary Jones.
Good morning, council members and neighbors. I appreciate the patience of everyone here today as we discuss this at length. I live at 115 Northwest 32nd, and I am also the secretary of the Oklahoma Libertarian Party. As a libertarian, I oppose taxes, period, the end, no more to be said about that. But as a member of this community, I see the value in having the NBA presence. I do appreciate all the work that especially my council member has put into this resolution, but I'd like to implore that our elected officials go back to the table and negotiate. It is not the burden of the citizens to carry 5.5% of that total value of an arena. Like many of my neighbors have pointed out, only the upper echelon are going to get to enjoy some of those return benefits. I appreciate all of the work that has been put in. I want to see that more is being done for our tax dollars. Let's go back, let's negotiate, let's see the ownership put more than 5%. I don't want to burden our population with $1,200 per citizen when that money could be spent elsewhere. I yield my time to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Gary Jones, followed by Debbie Hampton.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Gary Jones, 3131 Northwest Expressway. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Oklahoma City Metropolitan Association of Realtors, which is an organization of over 5,000 citizens from our great community. We are excited and proud to announce our support for the arena. It's not that we support taxes, but what we do support is investments that improve the quality of life for all of our citizens. We would love a place where people like to come, work, and live and raise their families. As a lifelong Oklahoma City resident, I've seen our economy go up and down. I know as Oklahomans, we're used to the weather changing all the time. But since the Thunder has come in the past 2 decades, real estate business has seen the first-hand positive growth that the Thunder and the Thunder environment has brought to our community. Our city is growing like it's never grown before. Central Oklahoma is one of the fastest growing regions in the nation. And as you know, we are one of the largest top 20 cities in the nation. It is difficult to quantify what this means. But during the time Oklahoma City has been an MBA city, our community has experienced unprecedented growth, with the city's population growing around 570,000, from 570,000 to close to 70,000 people today. And according to the Federal Reserve, the total gross domestic product, our production for our region was $53.6 billion in 2007, the year before the Thunder arrived. And the latest numbers as of 2021 shows that Oklahoma City economic output has grown to $86.7 billion, a 62% increase. And what makes this miraculous is that when you compare Tulsa's growth and gross production product, it's only grown 44%. We believe a lot of that has to do with the investment that we made with the MBA. Last, I want to take time to represent why we're here today. Realtors believe that we have an obligation to build a community that works for all. That is why we have put our resources behind every MAPS proposal, behind every Oklahoma City public bond, behind every Oklahoma City bond that is passed, because we understand that in order to improve the quality of a community, you must invest in it. And if you don't invest in it and you don't grow it, then you don't get the results that you're looking for. We're excited and feel this is a pathway to a great future, and we hope you'll support it. Thank you very much.
Debbie Hampton, followed by A.J. Johnson.
Hi, Debbie Hampton. I live at 1611 Mulholland Drive. I feel like I live at United Way of Central Oklahoma at 1444 Northwest 28th, and proud to be part of the Asian District. I have been a part of the nonprofit sector for over 30 years, before the Thunder and after the Thunder. I have seen the benefit to the nonprofit sector. I have watched it, not only bringing in business. When our businesses are doing well, our nonprofit sector does well. But not only bringing in philanthropic dollars, but serving as mentors to our clients of our 50 partner agencies that actually reside in Oklahoma City. I'm a firm believer it's not about Oklahoma City, it's not about Tulsa, it's about the state of Oklahoma, and it's what Oklahoma City can do for the entire state. I want you to know that our clients of our agencies look up to the Thunder. They aspire to be like the Thunder. When you have a Thunder player that is a Boys and Girls Club kid that comes and tells a Boys and Girls Club kid they can do anything, they listen, they hear it. You've seen the data, I don't need to touch on that, but what I will end with is the tremendous respect I have for this city council. What you are known for above all else is that you care about what your constituents want. Please let this go to the voice of your constituents. Let us have the voice. Thank you.
Thank you. A.J. Johnson, followed by Edward T. Morris.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in front of all of you, and thank you for your time. My name is A.J. Johnson. I live at 2121 North Gatewood Avenue. I'm a very proud Oklahoma City resident and very, very firm believer of our Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm the vice president of the Boys and Girls Club. One of the greatest things that I have witnessed since 2008, watching this organization come in and really greet our community. Not just the Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, every nonprofit that I can think of, this team they've embraced us. It is an honor to be able to let a family go to an Oklahoma City Thunder game because the Thunder recognizes maybe some of these kids have never been to a game. Maybe a family has never been. And they make sure they'll come to the Boys and Girls Club, put tickets in my hand to give these kids and families an opportunity. It is absolutely amazing to watch this. I love the fact that they are very open. You can go down, they'll let you in, they'll give you a tour of their facility at any given time. I've taken our kids down there to let them see. People from the Thunder organization have come in and they have been a part of mentorships, teaching our kids, every child in our club, many of our young men, young ladies, they want to be a professional basketball player. But to watch these people who work for the Thunder show, okay, maybe you're not 6'8", 6'9", maybe you won't live that dream, but I work in the lighting, I work in concession. They show our kids how they can be a part of this great organization and community. Now, earlier someone did talk about being in the Bahamas, I believe, about a group of young kids being excited. I was in Paris a few years ago. I was wearing a Thunder pullover during Thanksgiving. I see some kids and they started screaming, OKC Thunder, OKC Thunder, Russell Westbrook, Russell Westbrook. And first off, I'm looking at the kids and I'm saying, why are you kids out of school? It's Thanksgiving. I mean, why are you in school? You should be out. But I was like, okay, Thanksgiving is only here. And so on my wrist, I had a little band that had a Oklahoma City Thunder bracelet band, and I gave it to one of the kids.
30 seconds, please.
They were so excited with this young man. He ran into the school. Next thing I know, here's a group of kids running out saying, I want one of the bracelets. Fortunately, when I go places, I take Thunder gear things with me. I opened up my backpack, gave each one of these young people a bracelet, and then got the address and sent a bag full that the Thunder had provided for me to these kids. So I'm very 100% on board with the new arena, and I will support it every way I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Edward T. Morris, followed by Nicole McAfee.
Hi. I'd like to respectfully ask that the City Council stay off their phones while I speak, if that would be possible, please. My name is Edward Morris. I live at 500 West Main Street. If the people of Oklahoma City vote for a new arena, we need it to be an arena that the city can be proud of for 90 years, as our city has done for the beautiful Civic Center Music Hall right across the street. I'm here to encourage transparency and to discourage haste. Every person in this room knows that there has been no open conversation. We did hear a case for the arena in the state of the state and a couple of media interviews. The only counterpoint any of us have seen has been a couple op-eds in the Oklahoman. I live 100 yards from here and near the proposed new location of the arena, and there have been no town halls, listening sessions, or any actual public input aside from the Oklahoman, which I applaud them for. We've heard the mayor say there is no plan B. Well, that is a huge problem, and the mayor should be held accountable for this. I think that's because the person negotiating with the Thunder is not negotiating for the people of Oklahoma City, but rather as the author of a book called Big League City, and for an inflated idea of what a sports franchise can do for a city. The problems holding Oklahoma City back are education, transportation, healthcare, arts, and culture. We are business-friendly enough. Our governor has groveled to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars to Canoe, Panasonic, and many other businesses that have either rejected the offers or failed to deliver. We know why they rejected Oklahoma, and is not because of the arena. It is because it is a place that's good for business, but not good for humans. I am interested primarily in sustainability and preservation. I'm holding one part of a 3-volume book called Vanished Splendor. It is a collection of all the buildings that were destroyed during urban renewal. You can get it in the public library across the street there. Most of those buildings were replaced with nothing. If we are going to tear down any part of the city for a new arena, we need to do it sustainably and in a way that will work for a century of Oklahoma citizens, not just a 20-year sports contract. There are too many recommendations for me to make in the required time, but here are just some. If we vote for a new arena, let's use it to highlight local artists, architects, and engineers. I can already hear the argument, oh, well, there's no one local who has that experience. Well, who better to give them that experience than the city of Oklahoma City? I think that we need to include green space that builds on the phenomenal success of
30 seconds,
Scissortail and Myriad Gardens. And we need to build, at every phase of the development, we need to think about how the city can positively impact young people in terms of access to the facilities, et cetera, and also that we build in access to public transit. What if we anticipate the rail that we all know that the city needs to stay competitive and build in a light rail stop into the stadium? And finally, I love James Cooper's recommendations, but if they are not baked in, if the minimum wages, living wages are not baked into the agreement, they are just trying to blow smoke somewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
And thank you for your time.
Nicole McAfee, followed by Lance McDaniel.
Hello, my name is Nicole McAfee. My pronouns are they and she, and I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I'm here today to speak in opposition not only of the new arena, but also of putting it on a December ballot, in which those moving the measure anticipate low turnout and misinformation, creating an opportunity to advance the proposal. Mayor Holt, in the PR rollout around this proposal, has said that he had conversations with the community about this project. And while he certainly got pats on the back from the millionaires he's in community with, a conversation requires an exchange of information, a discussion, listening to hear and not just respond. And that didn't happen, not in my community. Not outside of the boardrooms and chamber events. So I'm asking you to listen now to ensure we don't make what economists, business leaders, and government officials in other cities that have gone down this path know is a clear mistake and a bad investment of Oklahoma City dollars. When this body hosted hearings about the nature of the MAPS 4 proposal, which advanced with a yes vote from only about 4% of Oklahoma City residents, I stood right here and told you that while I was excited about the investment in the people of Oklahoma City, I was wary of us making the mistakes too many cities have made before us regarding public funding of sports arenas, and I wasn't alone in raising that concern. And now you want to double down on that harm. Reporters have calculated ultimately every household in Oklahoma City would pay $3,200 to subsidize the new proposed arena for multimillionaire owner Clay Bennett. Maybe your household has $3,200 to spare without question, but for so many of us, that kind of money could be life-changing. It could stop an eviction, could allow someone to leave an abusive relationship. It could help grandparents who are caretakers for their children pay for their kids to eat meals at school. Today, we compared the arena to the project in Milwaukee, but even there, taxpayers subsidized almost 30% less of their new arena than Oklahoma City's current proposal. It's not the team that makes a place a big league city. Teams are drawn to places that hold that status on their own. Economists have told us this time and time again. If the kind of big league city you dream of is one where we invest in the comfort of millionaires rather than the survival of Oklahoma City residents, let me be clear, I don't want it. I moved to the Oklahoma City where I live, blocks from where my grandparents grew up, where I can be a regular at my favorite coffee shop and run into my city council person and state representative. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy basketball. I grew up in San Antonio Spurs country. I excitedly cheered on the Thunder choosing Oklahoma City.
30 seconds,
Heck,
please.
I was in the arena for Kevin Durant's first NBA triple-double as a Thunder player. Maybe we've always paid for new arenas as a city, but in the last 100 years, we have a breadth of new data that shows us this is a bad investment. We don't have to repeat this mistake again. So I'm asking you to reject advancing this ordinance, this false choice that has been presented to us that we either have to pay this ransom for a new arena or lose Thunder basketball. I want an Oklahoma City more interested in intergenerational stories like mine, in the folks who are trying and struggling to survive here, where we're working to take care of everyone, not just those at the top. We don't live in Thunder, Oklahoma, we live in Oklahoma City, so let's treat our residents like that's the truth.
Lance McDaniel, followed by Joyce Hopper.
Hello, my name is Lance McDaniel, and I'm at 123 Northeast 2nd Street. I am here to offer my enthusiastic endorsement and support for the proposal for a new arena. I was born and raised in Oklahoma. I have lived downtown in Ward 7 for more than a decade, first running a nonprofit for 10 years and now managing a film production small business. Since 1993, with the first MAPS vote, every time the people of Oklahoma City have voted yes to invest in our city, it has transformed our city for the better. The success of large infrastructure projects just like this have led to the same voters supporting senior centers, affordable housing for homeless people, and mental health facilities. The Thunder has completely transformed the perception of Oklahoma City around the world. From constant mentions on ESPN, TV news, and radio stations, to Thunder jerseys hanging in every sporting goods retailer across America, the Thunder has given our city the most positive identity we have ever enjoyed. Last summer, I visited Italy with my church. When we told the bus driver that we were from Oklahoma City, he stopped speaking Italian and said, "Go Thunder." That's a bus driver 5,500 miles away on a different continent. The impact of the Thunder is even more obvious at home. When I ran that nonprofit film festival, our attendance increased by 3,000 people when Thunder Films started debuting their Emmy-winning films at our festival. The Oklahoma City Thunder has also donated hundreds of pairs of shoes to Oklahoma Cleats for Kids, allowing people that cannot afford shoes to go ahead and play sports. And Thunder jerseys, ticket packages, and autographed basketballs have raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for local charities, from the Girl Scouts to the Regional Food Bank to the United Way. For the past 15 years, the Oklahoma City Thunder has made us a big league city. Now it's time for us to reinvest in the Oklahoma City Thunder. It is time for a new, modern arena. Please vote yes on the proposal for a new arena. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce Hopper, followed by Salvador Ontiveros.
Have to lower it. Can you hear me? Okay. Appreciate the time. The last time I was at Joyce Hopper, 6008 Southeast 56th Court, Oklahoma City, and I know that probably nobody on our street goes to the Thunder games. I am a big sports fan, major sports fan. I've probably been to maybe 5 Thunder games just because of the cost, and I'd rather go to OU personally. But The last time I came here, it didn't help because they voted against me. And so I went to the same meeting that Jack Warner did last night and really, saw the affordable housing situation. That's just one thing. And that Tulsa and Dallas have just recently infused money to help with that situation. So we're talking about something I'm going to be dead by the time it, probably enacts. But we don't know what might come up. We're already promising this money that's going to be like in 6 years or something. And the last maps, I was really disappointed in how they did it because you couldn't do online. So you create a committee that gets to decide what is important. We as the general citizens don't get to say, we want a soccer thing, or they choose what. And a lot of the things are good, but I feel like I'm a Thunder fan. I think it's brought great things. I think we kind of got the Thunder partly because Seattle went to our arena, is the way I remember it. And I think we have improved. We've already put money constantly in there. And I'm just saying, just kind of think about what we might need in 6 years besides a new arena. And like, where are you going to put the new arena? You're going to knock down the old arena? Like, we got that one, was it the Cox Center? That now is to make productions or whatever. So are we going to keep doing that? Or, I don't know. So I'm just saying, just think about some other ways that the money could be spent, or heaven forbid, just think about not, pretty soon our taxes are going to be 10%. Midwest City is already 9.1, and everybody always wants a piece of the pie. There was a time that Warren wanted to, put a penny sales tax. How much can we afford? The state legislators talks about, going ahead and, knocking down, not having to pay for food and everything. But if you go to other parts of the country, a lot of times, oh, wow, it's only 5%, it's only 6%. And I know the cities are the ones that need to rely on that sales tax. But some gentleman talked about how the state of Oklahoma really improves it, gives us a good image. And I'm appreciative of that.
30 seconds, please.
Is an Oklahoma resident. He would never have left Oklahoma. I'm a transplant. But, basically, I just thank you for your time, and just think about maybe more people than just Oklahoma City has to fund that arena. Everybody, benefits from it. So I appreciate your time. You're our guy, so.
Thank you. Thank you. Salvador Ontiveros, followed by Aaron Wilder.
Good morning. My name is Salvador Ontiveros, 11701 San Sebastian Drive. Thank you, Mayor Holt and City Council members, for your time this morning. 24 years ago, my dad was hired to remodel a restaurant in Bricktown, Oklahoma City. We got front row seats to the Bricktown Canal groundbreaking ceremony, one of the original MAPS projects that this city invested in. I knew something special was happening. This city invested in itself, and it has paid off immensely. That investment has created countless jobs, generated millions of dollars worth of tax dollars, and fostered a family-friendly city that young people want to stay and live in. I know this because I was once young, and when deciding where to settle down and start a family, I wanted to do it here. This city's willingness and commitment to growth and progress has seen the approval of MAPS for Kids, MAPS 3, and more recently, MAPS 4. These investments and projects has allowed our city to thrive and compete with larger cities, and I cannot be more proud to call Oklahoma City my home. I'm grateful to the Pete White Health and Wellness Center, a MAPS 3 project in the heart of Southside Oklahoma City, for providing my community educational opportunities, access to health care, and a fitness center right down the street from my childhood home. The Latino Community Development Agency recently held a health clinic at this center, and we were able to provide free dental exams, cholesterol and high blood pressure screenings, school and COVID-19 vaccines to over 250 people in that community. This and other MAPS projects are helping our communities become safer, healthier, and much more robust. Now, as a private citizen, I believe the Oklahoma City Thunder has added another layer to the quality of life in our city. I love rooting for my team. I love taking my families to the games. As busy as our life can be, it's such a great opportunity to reconnect, and spend quality time. But not only that, the Oklahoma City Thunder has invested in the community in which they live. I see them at every festival, many community events, and their
30
brand
seconds,
attached to many great causes. The match projects have been very successful and beneficial to our city. I hope that this momentum continues and that our city continues to invest in itself. Thank you.
Aaron Wilder, followed by Margaret Creighton.
Thank you, Aaron Wilder, Ward 6. The city press release sent on September the 12th started with the words, "After 14 months of public discussion." That is just blatantly false. I know, James, that you wouldn't accept that level of dishonesty from your students. Dean Holt, I know that you wouldn't accept that level of dishonesty from your law students. MAPS 4 was a collaborative process where we all got to participate in the design, and I believe that this violates that spirit of collaboration, and I really believe that it will kill any future MAPS effort. Let's talk about what else we could spend $900 million on. We have drainage needs in this city, at least $500 million, and that was in 2016 dollars. I know that small businesses collectively in Oklahoma City would have $900 million of capital needs and capacity needs. We heard about the cold storage needed to provide some food security for people earlier. There's tons of projects like that. Drainage, when homes and businesses flood, that matters to everybody. We're talking about a deal that's the size of our general obligation bond, and that's something that we only do every 7 years, and again, that everyone has an opportunity to pitch in on and in its design. I really believe in civic engagement, and I think that actions like this depress and degrade civic engagement overall. A December election in an off year will likely only garner 15 or 16% turnout amongst our voters, and I think that's really pitiful. I don't understand why Oklahoma City deserves the worst deal of any publicly funded stadium in recent memory. And I think that we can do better. And to the point of 2 speakers ago too, who are some of the other payers? If it benefits the whole state, like Ms. Hampton said, why are we the only ones paying for this investment in what is an investment in our state? I really hope that you all will. Well, you're not going to reject authorizing the election today, so we're just going to have to take that to the people, but I hope that the people will reject this at the ballot box on December 12th, and it will give you an opportunity to come back to them with a much better deal. We can't spend money like this sustainably if we don't speak to all of the infrastructure concerns, capital concerns of the city. Yeah, I thought I had more to say than that, but thanks.
Margaret Creighton, followed by David Glover.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Creighton. I am President and CEO of Positive Tomorrows. Positive Tomorrows is our city and our state's only school specifically serving kiddos and families experiencing homelessness. Thank you for allowing me to be here today and to talk to you a little bit about our Thunder. Our relationship has been long-standing with the Thunder, and I am so grateful for everything that they have done for us and for our kiddos. I've worked at Positive Tomorrows for 10 years, and every single year, the Thunder has come and shown up for our kids. When I say our kids, I mean our kids that are often not seen by many other people. So they're people that people often say no to. They're people that are hiding from other people. So I'm grateful for someone who will come into our school and provide coats and shoes for all of our kiddos. When I say coats and shoes, I mean they're trying coats on our kids, and they're putting shoes on our kids' feet that haven't had shoes on them before. So I'm grateful for the Thunder for doing that. I'm grateful for them for helping us to build a classroom when we need an additional classroom. I am grateful for the long-standing relationships with players that have lasted far beyond when they've moved out of our city. They've still invested in our school and in our kids, and I'm grateful for that. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to gather as a family, and I mean a whole family. Our families are invited in, parents of our kids are invited into our school and welcomed by the Thunder to share a meal together every single Thanksgiving. And I am so grateful for that. I'm also grateful for the opportunity of a living wage. All of our families need to have access to places where they can work to have a living wage. So I'm here today to tell you, on behalf of all of our kiddos and our families, that we're grateful for the relationship and hope for a bright future with the Thunder still here in Oklahoma City.
Before you go, yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you for being here. I did not invite Positive Tomorrows, but you were heavily on my mind. You are absolutely an organization. Should the CBA pass, we will work with you because we're going to have to learn how the way you all connect people to those healing processes. You're vital here. And with youth unemployment up, I believe youth homelessness up over 35% in the last year, that partnership.
If I may, family homelessness is growing at the highest rate in our city. It's something that we need to focus on. It's something that has to be addressed. We are working really hard, but we can't do this alone. I think you all know that housing is another important part of that. I would also say to above the living wage of $15 an hour, look at what that looks like for a family as well. When you add 1 and 2 children, that amount goes up to $30 per person per hour. So we need to look at that. MIT has some great data. I'm happy to email it over to you to help us to make sure that every resident in our city and our state has access to a place where they can earn a living wage. A lot of people think that our families don't want to work and that our families aren't working. Many of our families are working. It's just not enough to make ends meet. So I'm grateful for another place that will give them an opportunity to create their own way.
With this CBA, you have my word. You and those children and their families will have a seat at the table in shaping what this hiring hall will look like.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, David Glover, followed by Alex Shirley.
Sign up last, you get to go first. Hi, my name is David Glover, and I just want to talk about imagination, money, investment, location, golden goose, and what would be the coolest. The imagination of what is best is this, if you ask your constituents, if we have $900 million to spend, what should we spend it on? One thing, many things? You know, I would guess that if you really asked them, they would probably come up with a lot of different things and pressing needs, especially with one that we already have one of that's doing well. In fact, the NBA survey says that this fans already enjoy our arena and are doing really well. Profitability. We truly know this is all about money, to increase the profitability so that they can make a little bit more money out of the arena. I get it. You add things to it, it'll make it better. But how much better will it make it? If you think about it, at best, $2 to $4 million more a year with the new arena. Over 20 years, that's $40 or $80 million. I know that it's difficult legislatively, but I say, why don't you figure out a way to just give them $100 or $200 million? That would be better for them, and we could keep $600 million for very important projects that we all know are in pressing needs. We know that. Value. Now, one of the things is that there's going to be an agreement to say, we're going to guarantee they stay for X number of years. But my guess is that will probably be in the form of they'll pay off their lease that they plan to pay if they leave, which is unlikely, but let's say they'll pay off the lease. What is that? $40, $50 million? We already give them a sweetheart deal. We lose money every year on how much it costs for operations and maintenance and how much they pay. I found that out from the city treasurer's office a few years ago, and I'm sure that's the same. We lose money on the deal. So therefore, why don't we figure out a way to say, we should become an investor. Right now, we've spent about as much money as the owners spent on the team. After this, we'll be a 2 or 3 times bigger investor in what the owners spent. Shouldn't we be a very large owner, and shouldn't there be a huge poison pill if they leave to make it really worth our while if they leave, not one that just adds value? Arenas add value.
30 seconds.
The
please.
last thing is that where is it going to go? I'm sure a few people in the room know. I don't. Does anybody else? Most likely it'll either be on new land, which will be a very expensive. I'm sure whoever sells that land to the city will be a big donor to the campaign, or it'll be at the Cox. Hans Butzer, the Dean of Architecture Law School, has been very adamant about the Cox Center over the last 10 years. What would be best for the Cox? The worst thing is to keep it a super block. The very best thing for everybody would be to return it to the grid and create economic development all around it. So if the plan is the Cox, every
Glover,
urban
we're
planning
over
expert would
time.
say that is a bad idea.
We're over time.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up.
We're over time.
Do not kill the
council
golden goose, because what happens is if you say the no voters are the ones that knock this down, it could be
All
the
right,
bad
Alex
project
Shirley,
that creates
followed by
the
Ed
problem
Lynn.
to eliminate maps in the future if you put forward a bad project.
Alex Shirley, followed by Ed Lynn.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Alex Shirley. I live at 8024 Hillers Road. I'm a lifelong Oklahoman, proud to call Oklahoma City my home. I'm also a high school government teacher, so to my students watching this is what democracy looks like. I went to the very first Thunder game of all time back in 2008, and it was a loss to the Milwaukee Bucks, coincidentally. Now, 10 years later, that same Milwaukee Bucks team built their city a new arena, or rather, backwards. The city built the team an arena. For that new arena in Milwaukee, the owners paid about 33%. The taxpayers picked up the other 66%. But that's actually a really good deal for the Bucks owners, because in the years before the Bucks got their new arena, the Detroit Pistons, they covered 63% of Detroit's new arena. In Sacramento, the Kings owners paid 51% of Sacramento's new arena. So when I heard that Oklahoma City was getting a new arena, I was thrilled. I love the Thunder. I was ecstatic for a new home to cheer them on, until I saw the numbers. Mayor Holt described it as a historic contribution from the Thunder owners, and he's right. It is a historically low amount. The Thunder owners will pay 5% for Oklahoma City's new arena. Again, the Kings got 51%, the Pistons got 63%. Oklahoma City only getting 5% from the Thunder is frankly embarrassing. And I love the Thunder. I'm wearing a Thunder shirt now. I want the Thunder to stay forever. But this is a bad deal. And it's objectively a bad deal when you look at the rest of the league, the other teams whose cities have built them arenas. So I urge the city council members to reject the proposal as is. I think Councilman Cooper makes great contributions or great suggestions for how we can improve this deal. But as the proposal currently stands, it is a terrible deal for people in Oklahoma City. Again, I love the Thunder. I want them to stay forever. But we should not mortgage our city's future just to keep our favorite sports team. Thank you.
Ed Lynn, followed by Gary Brooks. Ed Lynn, followed by Gary Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Ed Lynn. I'm a operator of a sports bar in suburban Oklahoma City on Northwest Expressway, and I'm just here in favor and urge your support of the new arena. Just a couple of points. The Thunder and the traffic that's generated happens midweek. It happens suburban, all over Oklahoma City. It happens actually all over the state, and it also helps the midweek games. That it doesn't just drive Friday and Saturday traffic. It also drives traffic midweeks, and obviously that business allows us to keep hiring people and expanding our jobs. I'm a lifelong resident of Oklahoma City and graduated from OU in 1982. And unlike a lot of my peers back then, I stayed here and built my career here in Oklahoma City. And some of y'all are too young to remember what it was like in the 80s back there. And your predecessors came up with this idea of maps and created this economic vitality that we're all enjoying today. And they were vision casting. And that's what I see you guys doing right now. The Thunder has helped create the vitality that we all enjoy today that allows us to do what we're doing today. So I just urge your support, appreciate what you're doing, and go Thunder. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Brooks, followed by Steve Hunt.
Good morning. My name is Gary Brooks, 904 Northwest 44th. 30 years ago, Mark Bedford and I sat in a think tank meeting. We were young 31-year-olds. And one of the main topics was, how do you stop the brain drain? Which was the idea of all the smart young people were leaving town. Befra looked at me and said, clearly we don't qualify. I've come to believe that it is the most important thing that happens in a city. People are coming here. For the last 18 months, my wife and I have lived at the building that we finished, and we happened to look out through our window at Scissortail Park and the Marriott. I was shocked at how many thousands of people I see enjoying those amenities nearly every single day. And why? It's because they feel good about their city. I would encourage you not to get distracted with statistics. I can give you statistics to support or not support an arena in many cities. You want statistics, find a city that lost momentum. This is about momentum. And how did we get that momentum? 30 years ago, the people sat in your seats, and ever since then have been making decisions to keep that momentum going. This is an issue about how people feel. Statistics are only about how people feel about their city. They're a byproduct. Maps 1 through 3 built infrastructure that we all needed. What's really exciting is maps 4 and 5 and 6 and 7. But it'll only happen if you keep that momentum going. I get to serve on the city's new Continuum of Care Board. I spend every day talking about homelessness. Excuse me. Our job is to house 500 people in 24 months. It's just the beginning. All the things people want to spend this $1 billion on, these are all good things. But if you stop the momentum, there's no chance that we end up eradicating homelessness, which I now believe is possible in this city in my lifetime. But you've got to keep that momentum going. The thunder will leave if we don't do this. No team that's left a city left without a city probably wanting to keep them. If
30
we
seconds,
tell the
please.
Thunder we don't want them, there's no chance they stay. An arena won't define us. The Thunder doesn't define us. We define ourselves. We define ourselves because we feel good and because we like the momentum that we have. And if it's like an airplane, you got to keep that momentum going. It's in the air, it's flying. You've got to keep the momentum going. You're either flying or you're falling. Those are your only options.
Thank you. Steve Hunt, followed by Sonny Kearley.
I'm Steve Hunt. Just want to say what an honor it is to speak after Gary. He's an amazing dude. If you haven't been to the National, the things that he's done there are just phenomenal. And so I have a lot of things I want to talk about. My ADD brain has just been going crazy sitting there trying to figure out what I'm going to say. Most of you know that 15 years ago, myself, David Glover, Fannie Bates, Wanda Jo Stapleton, may she rest in peace, headed a group called Maps for Millionaires, and we were all basketball fans. We were excited when the team was purchased by Bennett & Co., but there were two things that we started the group for, and the first thing was that we knew the team would probably come anyway because the ownership group, that was their biggest desire, was to purchase the team and bring it here. The second thing was that we wanted to not be a follower on the corporate subsidies of basketball teams. We wanted to lead the country in putting an end to this bizarre species of corporate socialism that we all are suffering under right now. We wanted to set an example for the country, and we said no. And if you look at the last 15 years of the political turmoil and the suffering and the pain of the people of this country, to have a time machine to go back and set an example. And I know that had we said no 15 years ago, people would have followed us and we would have started focusing on more important things. I mean, Mayor Holt, you have really benefited from the turmoil of the last 15 years as a member of the extreme center. The far left, the far right, the fighting, it's just been awful. And we need to stand up to it. We need to do the right thing. We need to say no to this. Just following what everyone else is doing is wrong. We need to lead. I mean, I love Oklahoma City. Hearing you talk about Murrah was hard for me. You know, I worked downtown during the bombing and radically transformed me as a person. And watching the ethos of the caring city that came together at that time has been very hard for me. Watching the fountains at Canterbury, the largest senior living facility in Oklahoma City, be purchased by Welltower Capital for the purpose of shutting it down, which they did.
30 seconds, please.
And watching 2 memory care people die the first week that they left, and all the others that have died and are living under. So I could go on and on. This is probably not the best thing to do, but I want to announce a town hall meeting, 2121 South Portland, Oklahoma City, on October 19th, 6 p.m., where we can all come together and talk about this stuff. That's my time. Thank you.
Sonny Kearley, followed by Nick Singer.
Sunny Kearley, 2520 Denniston Drive, President and CEO of Allied Arts, 1015 North Broadway. Allied Arts was founded in 1971 by business and community leaders who knew that we needed to invest in arts and culture to grow Oklahoma City's economy. Their investments have ensured that arts would always be supported in Oklahoma City, and their vision set forth the foundation for the thriving, diverse arts community that we have now. This morning, we face another decision that will shape the arts for decades to come. Putting a next-generation arena before voters allows our city to decide if we want to continue to grow. Do we want to be a place that draws artists of all kinds with support and audiences for all forms? I believe that a new arena is a critical part of continuing the Oklahoma City Renaissance, growing while we nurture what makes our city special. And I believe that many of our fellow citizens, including thousands of arts supporters, feel the same way. Thank you for making sure that OKC, as a city and as an arts community, continues to thrive.
Thank you. Nick Singer, followed by Michael Washington.
Hello, Nick Singer, Ward 4. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I speak today as a citizen deeply concerned about the priorities of taxation and spending in our city. I appreciate the role of government in our community. I understand clearly that there are many services I enjoy or wish to see that the private sector, motivated by profits, cannot or will not provide. Streets, sidewalks, parks, youth centers, senior centers, trails, our zoo, public safety, animal welfare, planning, water infrastructure, and others are services that cities all over the world provide in some form or fashion. What I've never understood is why our city is so obsessed with helping wildly profitable and wealthy private enterprise do things that they could do on their own. A few years ago, I started a real estate development company that focuses on redeveloping and constructing affordable housing. This is something that our community desperately needs, and it is also incredibly difficult to do. When I started, I used entirely private capital to purchase and redevelop 4 properties with 5 units of high-quality housing at the lower end of the rental spectrum. Our margins are super tight, and it's a lot of work. Recently, I won a modest bid through Oklahoma County for a $250,000 incentive, which we will more than triple the value of, and build with private capital and build 8 units of affordable housing. I'm effectively getting a 30% subsidy, and on the other end of this project, I will have very tight operating margins, and the housing must remain affordable for 2 decades, 20 years. When I read that the multi-billionaire owners of the Thunder are getting a 95% subsidy after they've already made $1.5 billion in equity on their 2006 NBA purchase, plus they had a net income of $129 million in 2022, and the best they could do was $50 million, I was disgusted. When I drive around this city trying to find ways to help our unhoused population, when I had a family member who had co-occurring mental health and addiction crises and struggled to get adequate help, or when I take my kid to a neighborhood park and not a single one has a bathroom, I wonder, why can't we get some money allocated to fix these problems? Imagine my surprise when I pulled up the news and heard that you found $900 million for a bunch of billionaires to profit more. I'm enraged. I cannot understand how business and political leaders, many of whom I consider friends,
30
can
seconds,
say this stuff with a straight face and act like we are getting a good deal. If the only bargaining chip is that the Thunder will leave, I don't negotiate with people who threaten me when they're doing fine. I'm also skeptical that a bunch of lifelong Oklahomans, Hall of Fame members, people who have business and community ties that run extremely deep are going to sell and move. I believe you should vote this down, and if not, I think the voters should vote this down. We need a better deal, and they can easily buy their own arena. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Washington, followed by Hannah Royce.
Our illustrious horseshoe guest today, permit me, if you would, to borrow just 3 minutes, maybe less of your time today, to put to rest this poppycock that I've been hearing today. Now then, let me move on. Oh, Mr. Clay Bennett, Clay Ike, maybe, Bennett, you are a majority owner of the Oklahoma City Thunder, aren't you? Here it is, you're going to have the audacity to disrespect the citizens of Oklahoma and tell us you're only going to spend $50 million on a $900 million project, why we know it's going to cost way more than that in the end, don't we? But you get away with only $50 million. Are you serious, man? Now then, thank you, Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce. Y'all come on, Michael, going to put the gatekeepers in it because a lot of people don't do it, but I'm going to do it today. Now then. Thank you, Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce, for promoting this economic adventure. I see a couple of chamber members sitting here on this charge sheet, by the way. Oh, Michael, quiet now. Because we know some of us do our research, don't we? Now then, the chairman of the Pro Basketball Club, LLC, the owners of the owner group of the Oklahoma City Thunder, you have stood back on the back of the unintelligent, on the backs of the people who are poor, disgruntled, who don't have money to pay rent monthly. Let's known those who are homeless. Y'all better get ready because Mike will have a little fun because I got 1 minute and 22 seconds here. Now then. I am also, let me say very clearly, I am one who's always been for the capitalistic adventure. And a person has the right to be a capitalist because we live in a capitalist country, don't we? But you just don't have the right to use unsuspecting citizens and make them pay for something to make you look greater for only a few of your friends. Isn't that interesting? Now then. Oh, no, Mr. Clay Bennett. Yes, right, I don't mind mentioning you because, sir, you're a public figure. You don't mind me mentioning that, do you? I go to your basketball games. I like the hoops. Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, played when I was growing up. Well, let me say this here. 37 seconds usually come quick when I'm speaking because you're just getting started. Let me say in conclusion then, oh no, do not support this.
30 seconds, please.
Do not pass this, whatever you want to call it, resolution. We know, once again in closing, that the Paycom Center is managed by ASM Global Management Firm. Well, y'all, let me say, what does time rushes me? I will be back because I do not agree. Hasta la vista, baby. Wow.
Hannah Royce, followed by Jabbar Shoemate.
Good morning, Mayor Holt, Council. To dive right in, last night on Twitter, I read the words, ultimately, it's all just a bunch of noise. And those are, to quote my mayor, as he used to describe public opinion on this $900 million arena. Today, I welcome you because this noise is the first public discussion on this arena. Today is the first time we've heard from residents, and to have a discussion, have to be a few sides to that discussion. So I moved to Oklahoma City around the same time as the Thunder, alongside committed, caring, innovative, creative folks. We've fostered transformative projects in this city like the Pride Festival in Scissortail Park, Plaza Walls Mural Expo, Sunny Days Mural Festival, which is for all women and non-binary artists. And I can tell you that I've helped raise upwards of $600,000 to make those festivals happen. We're not thriving. Those nonprofits are not thriving. Artists in our city are not thriving. And we must make those people, our creative economy, a priority. As a creative, I'm not here to repeat economic arguments that you've heard today. I'm here to advocate for the soul of our city, right? And to remind you that we are this city, each of us, and we're not going anywhere. Yes, the Thunder has put the city on the map, but it's fun and great. Let's be clear. Our team gains its energy from us, not vice versa. Our community, our people are the city's most valuable asset, and we should reflect the value in our public spaces, especially those funded by us. So I do not support this arena, but seeing how it's been set out and the plan's been laid for us in this emergency proposal, I urge us to rethink this colossal proposal moving forward. A nearly $1 billion publicly funded project demands more than 2 months of hurried public discussion. What is the cost for those who can't even afford a Thunder ticket or a concert ticket? As this passes, it has the potential to become a community
30
centerpiece.
seconds, please.
Imagine local food courts, art installations. Imagine, Mayor Holt, an accessible venue for your State of the City addresses. Maybe it's free and welcome to all, so when you announce important things like this, we actually feel involved. Thank you for your time. Let us please shift from treating the community as noise to recognizing that we are the symphony that composes this city's identity. On the verge of this $900 million decision, let us build a tribute to the essence of our city, a communal space that honors diversity and creativity while meeting our city's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Jabbar Shumate, followed by Jeff Kretschmer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
I'm sorry, Senator Jabbar Shumate.
I am just here as a resident, 425 North Oklahoma Avenue in Ward 7. I stand here today on my own, basically because my father, who is probably the biggest Thunder fan and lives in Atlanta, said that I would be taken out of his will if I did not get up here and support this measure. But I really stand because as a champion of small business and hearing Chef Black and others speak, I think that the Thunder has been absolutely incredible for us moving as a small business champion, our small businesses forward. As a former elected official, I've watched this city grow exponentially, and I've seen the impact. But I want to say personally, since I have lived in Oklahoma City, I've invested myself in a nonprofit, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and that program has probably done more to transform me as an individual. My little brother has special needs, and many of you all know, as a former politician, I talk a lot. My little does not. And it was the Oklahoma City Thunder that invited us to an event that allowed us to practice with the team, and when my little saw my vulnerabilities and saw my challenges, that allowed him to get closer to me and express some of his vulnerabilities and challenges. And since then, we've, through that program, had a chance to really enjoy the Thunder games, to find a way to communicate, to grow, to think. I think this is an opportunity as a community to have a broader conversation. I respect all of the things that I've heard today, and I am indeed supportive. But I think what we're asking you is to send this to a vote of the people and to have a broader discussion. I think people support that, which they help create, and I think that we have an opportunity to see even a bigger, brighter Oklahoma City. So I thank you for the opportunity to participate. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeff Kretschmer, followed by Scott Marsh.
Hello, Council. Jeff Kretschmar, 5604 Frontier Trail. Here representing the South Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce. And I'll put the speech aside and just really speak a little bit more plainly, I grew up South Side. I mean, if you wanted to find me in the 90s, you called Crossroads, they knew where I was, right? That's where I grew up. And, you know, I grew up looking for a way out. You know, I wanted to leave Oklahoma. That was my goal. I had one goal, that was it. You know, 25 years later, I won't commit to a number, I'm still here, and I'm committed to the city, and I'm involved in the organizations of this city, because people sat in this room and they convinced a community to change their ethos, to change their culture, and to invest in themselves. And that's what we're here to encourage you to do today, to continue that investment, to continue that rise, to let this go to a vote of the people. And, you know, from a perspective of the South Oklahoma City, continue to let us have something that unites us and brings us together as a community, and something that we can all be proud of together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, I'm sorry, before you go, something I didn't mention earlier about the study group. It will include, and we were very intentional, I appreciate Mayor for this, we were very intentional in making sure that with the labor component, that a representative from north of the river and one from south of the river, where I taught at Jefferson Middle School, go Statesman, we made sure that both sides of the river are at that table as well. So I hear what you're saying, and I just wanted to make sure that the people listening know that this is a united effort.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilman.
Scott Marsh, followed by Chad Huntington.
Thank you, council and community. Scott Marsh, 2840 Cloverfield Drive. I am a partner in Jones Assembly and also an avid proponent of this in regard to entertainment in our city. A lot of people have talked about all the things that we all know from both sides, but I want to speak toward just the entertainment aspect of this. We see as a city a ton of different people coming in. We've talked about the rural component, but just from my perspective with the Jones Assembly and other places, we have seen an influx of people from outside of our internal community that come in just for entertainment. And I don't think that that can be understated any further as far as what that impact is to all of the businesses, hotels, restaurants, retail in our area. I've spent the past nearly 20 years of my life building an entertainment industry in Oklahoma City via various venues, specifically in the music industry. So I know we talk a lot about deserts and the things that we need, but we also rarely speak about when we fix a desert, what that does for our community. And I think with entertainment, for those of us who have been here and who have looked at entertainment from that aspect and from an economic aspect, we have seen what doing away with that entertainment desert has done for so many other deserts, and how it's eliminated some of those areas in which we've been able to have such economic impacts in different areas of our city, specifically in the downtown area, the uptown area, the midtown area, et cetera. So super in support of this, and cannot state enough how excited we should be to be able to have something like this in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Chad Huntington, followed by Mary Malone Tully.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Chad Huntington, 7 South Mickey Mantle Drive in Bricktown, Ward 7. I am the owner and operator of Water Taxi on the Bricktown Canal, which is a partner with the City of Oklahoma City. We contract through the Oklahoma City Department of Parks and Recreation, but I'm not here today as a business owner. I'm here today as the representative for the Bricktown Association. I'm the outgoing board chair of the Bricktown Association, which is a 501c6, representing stakeholders in Bricktown, the official organization of Bricktown within the Business Improvement District, and under the umbrella of Downtown Oklahoma City Partnership. The Bricktown Association last week voted unanimously, I might add, to support the city's efforts to bring a new arena to Oklahoma City to secure Oklahoma City's future for another generation. In Bricktown, over the last 25 years, I've been associated with Water Taxi since 1999. I've only owned it since 2019, but Most of what I'll bring you is anecdotal. At the same time, I have 25 years of anecdotes, so have quite a bit of experience in talking to people who are coming downtown. And if you look at 1999, which was pre-Paycom, or at the time it was Oklahoma City Arena and then Ford Center, et cetera, we used to play hacky sack and throw footballs in the middle of Mickey Mantle on weeknights. We did not see the level of activity that exists today. And we got another taste of what that looked like during the pandemic when, of course, Paycom was closed and we didn't have Thunder games, we didn't have concerts, and it was a devastating time for our neighborhood and for businesses throughout the city. I really wish I could have just packaged what Gary Brooks had to say and several others who spoke up here already earlier today, but we believe, Bricktown believes, that it is incredibly important for Oklahoma City to continue its current momentum, and we would urge you to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And to close us out, Mary Malone Tully.
I know we can all be thankful for that. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your service to our city. I am Mary Malone Tully. Address is 1509 Northwest 189th Street. I am the president and CEO of the Oklahoma City Public Schools Foundation. Our offices are just right here next door to City Hall, and I have had my office downtown for about 30 years. Our friends at the Oklahoma City Thunder are tremendous partners. More importantly, they do more than just talk about supporting our kids. The team provides invaluable resources, and they also roll up their sleeves and they do the hard work to support our kids. This is really important to our schools because a message that I share often is our schools can't do it alone. It takes all of us to wrap our arms around our kids and our schools to give them every opportunity to succeed. And the Thunder has been doing that since the moment they set foot in Oklahoma City. As all of you know, Oklahoma City Public Schools serve some of the most economically challenged and most beautifully diverse populations in our community and in our state. At the foundation, we work alongside Oklahoma City Public Schools, and we strive to make sure that our kids have the same or better opportunities that students in other districts have to excel and thrive. Last year, Oklahoma City Public Schools voters approved a $955 million bond to help us address our much-needed infrastructure needs. Our district is investing in our future, and our city has the opportunity to do the same thing with this new arena. The Thunder has been a great advocate in our schools and uses the celebrity status of the NBA to promote healthy activities ranging from reading, physical activity, and delivering the very important message to our kids that education is the pathway to success. They are our partners in every sense of the word. One of the keys to a healthy and vibrant school system is the presence of community. And the Thunder gives us all something we can rally around, have pride in, and build on that sense of community.
30 seconds, please.
The Thunder has invested in our schools in countless ways. They poured into our schools by building basketball courts, playground makeovers, teacher lounge makeovers, book giveaways, principal appreciation, skills and drills clinics for PE classrooms, basketball shoe giveaways, and so much more. I have been an Oklahoma City resident since before MAPS. I remember what this city was. We have come a long way, and we have come too far to only come this far. If this new arena is built, I believe it's possible that my granddaughter Willow will never know a time without an NBA basketball team. And she will know a city that is always improving and going forward. That's what I want for her, and that is what I want for all children in Oklahoma City. I hope you support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, that concludes public comment, and now we are back on the items. Are there any questions or comments from council members?
Well, I guess I'll get started. I don't see anyone else leaping into the mic. So I do have a handful of questions. I think particularly, one commenter I heard say something to the effect of referencing the press release that went out just a few minutes after it seems like all of council was fully briefed on this proposal a few weeks ago. This very public discussion that happened. And so I just kind of have a few questions about this process. I think this would probably, city manager and or mayor could probably respond to these questions, because I have been trying to have conversations about this for over a year with the city manager and have didn't really get very far in proposing potential ideas or asking for updates that had concrete information or next steps. So I guess I am curious to know how many meetings were there held or task forces put in place to study a market comparison about the deals other cities have made, so that we could know that we were getting a fair deal compared to other similar markets.
Yeah, so we did not have any task force related to this to study the economic impact. Basically, we had meetings.
And I'm not asking for economic impact, I'm asking about the comparison of other markets and what kinds of deals they have struck with private sports teams.
Right.
So I'm curious to know if we did
Yeah.
any of those studies. And
We had looked at what other teams had, what other deals were out there, but at the end of the day, we were sitting down with one team, that's the team that's here, that's the team that's willing to stay here, and had our negotiations with them with an awareness of what those other deals were, but also understanding we're in a different market than a lot of those other teams. And so we took all of that into consideration as we were negotiating with them.
Yeah, I think what I'd add is, agreement requires the assent of two parties. And we certainly brought many ideas that originated from council or originated from the public or originated from us to those conversations. But ultimately what you see today is what the Oklahoma City Thunder are willing, the terms by which they are willing to sign a long-term agreement in Oklahoma City. They and we are aware of lots of things, lots of market comparisons to other NBA markets, comparisons to cities that don't have NBA teams and might like one. All of those things, I'm sure, go into the equation, but ultimately, the only leverage that we as a city have is our willingness to not move forward in this relationship. But I have always felt very strongly that is the will of the people. That is something they get to decide on December 12th. What we bring forward to you today are the terms by which the Thunder are willing to continue that relationship for 30 more years. We were certainly aware of what happens in other communities or what could happen in other communities. But at the end of the day, this is, as the city manager said, this is the team we're negotiating with, and we can't make them do anything. They can only agree to what they will agree to. And this letter of intent, essentially, is the product of those conversations.
so the ownership told you they would leave if we did not send this to the voters?
So we don't have a lease with the team right now beyond 2026. I've tried to say that as many places and as bluntly as I can over these last 14 months, but our long-term lease with the Oklahoma City Thunder expired earlier this year. We are now in a short-term lease that I have explicitly said is really just for the purpose of us presenting a plan to have a new arena. I don't think there's a viable future for the NBA in Oklahoma City beyond this lease, and that's not news today. I've said that to anyone who will listen.
So what I'm hearing is that there weren't any meetings to provide adequate or any real background or information for council to really consider this, and that really it's a proposal that the Thunder are sending to voters and not something that council really had an opportunity to weigh in on. So my next question.
You may be what you heard, but that's not what happened, but we can agree to disagree. I'm ready for the next question.
So, and I think this is more for the city manager. If you can help, and I know this is a very complicated document, but I think if we can help the public understand the use license agreement that we do have with the Thunder, which my understanding is we don't like calling it a lease, but it is a lease, and sort of what the breakdown of revenues the team receives, ASM/SMG Global receives, and sort of what that, what information we're privy to as far as those revenues and what information we don't have access to.
Yeah. So in the use, there's two agreements that affect that. Pardon me. There are two agreements that affect that. There's the use license agreement and also the food and beverage agreement.
and it identifies various splits of revenue. I don't have the numbers in front of me exactly how it splits between, there's different splits of revenue on food and beverage, for instance, in the, when the Thunder is playing a game. There's another set of revenues that are split when it's a non-Thunder event. The revenues for tickets, the revenues, it also includes revenues for tickets and how that's addressed. That goes to the Thunder on Thunder games, the percentage of the F&B, the merchandise sales, advertising. It identifies those splits and the revenues that are there, and then the obligation or the responsibilities of various expenses that we have to maintain the building, to manage the building. So those will identify that, what those costs are. And were you further asking like what the actual results are from that, or?
Yes, and specifically that from what I understand, from what I'm reading in our agreement, there's certain information that we do know the amount of revenue they're making, and then there's, in our lease agreement with them, we have essentially said, yes, you don't have to tell us how much you're making off of these other revenues off of a publicly
The only
funded
direct
building.
information that we have available is through, it's the revenues that come through ASM. So it'd be like with the food and beverage, those kinds of sales. Anything else that's specific to the Thunder, whether it's advertising, we're not privy to that agreement, we're not a part of that agreement. On their ticket sales, other things like that, that we don't have directly, that we don't control that. We don't have that information. That's information that is Thunder information as a private entity.
And does that include the box seats that they sell?
It would include any sales of tickets or sales of areas in the arena that they control.
And then I guess kind of the other piece is how much does the city budget on an annual basis to help fund the operations of the arena beyond the revenues that are made?
Yeah, so in 2023, our budget was about $10 million. And that's between what we had budgeted for the operations of the arena. With ASM, they manage the arena, and we pay the difference between the revenue they generate and the cost to run the arena. So we pay that difference. We pay them a management fee as well, and there's an incentive that we can also pay. So we budgeted $10 million for that in 2023. The actual performance, because they brought in more concerts and there was more revenue that was generated, the actual performance in 2023 was a cost of $7.5 million. We also pay about $1 million in utilities on the facility each year, but the net effect was about $7.5 million. And then if you take into account the direct sales tax that's generated by the arena, just direct sales tax only from the arena, it's about $2 million. So if you net that out, that would be a net cost of about $5.3, $5.4 million.
So would that be like a typical year, about $10 million that we're budgeting, or?
It is a typical year. Previously, like this last year, the number that we had, we came out in a better position because of the fact that we had more concerts than what we normally have. But in a typical year, it's about that amount.
So here our concerts are actually doing quite well, which I find an interesting piece of this conversation. I think one of my other questions, I sort of have two questions related to, I hear that this is an extension of the MAPS penny that would sort of be, in theory, to fill a gap between MAPS 4 and the next MAPS proposal. What have the previous extensions of that penny, how long have they been, and what are the sorts of things they've funded? I know 2017 it was included in Better Streets. I cannot remember the length of that. And then I know in between, I guess, MAPS 2 and 3, it was related to the arena. But previous to that, was there a gap, or did they just go between MAPS 1 and MAPS for Kids?
I'd have to go back in my memory on all the history, but I think each one has had a tax in between that. There was one year, and I think it was between MAPS 1 and MAPS for Kids, that we actually had a public safety capital tax that helped with funding a lot of public safety capital needs. I don't remember the exact length on that one, but it was less than 2 years. And the others have been around 2 to 2.5 years. Mm-hmm.
So this, because in my mind, this is not just a stopgap between two packages. This is a whole nother MAPS package. I mean, it is almost equivalent, and probably, if passed and collected, will be equivalent to the amount of money that we have been collecting from MAPS for 6 years of potentially other needs that could be addressed. That, like, this is not just an extension. This is, in my mind, MAPS 5. Just the way that it is structured. And then I think my other, and this is my final question, you know, I went back to read the MAPS 4 resolution about the money related to what is labeled in the resolution as the Chesapeake Energy Arena and related facilities. The related facilities being the practice center that I believe was built with that MAPS 3 extension penny, and then that we put money from MAPS 4 to make updates to a publicly funded building that is not actually accessible to anyone in the public. When I read this language, I hear that we would need to go back and amend this language to actually do what this is saying, which is at least $70 million from this allocation of MAPS 4. I'm curious if there's been discussions about what we need to be doing or anything related to the MAPS 4 conversation, because I'm seeing that this is very much naming the Chesapeake Arena. I know the name has changed since then. The building is the same. I don't see room in this language to sort of reallocate it for a separate building as it is currently written.
So one observation, you know, we've actually, I would say, deviated in literal terms several times from the MAPS 4 ordinance, but always stayed within the spirit, not ordinance, but resolution. And one example would be when the proponents of the Freedom Center decided they wanted to raise that money privately and keep that out of government ownership. And so we shifted those funds back over to the Clara Luper Civil Rights Center. We actually implemented that through an amendment to the implementation plan, not through necessarily a change to the resolution. But I think we all sat up here and agreed this is very much in the spirit of what was originally intended. I mean, the options here are to spend the money on Paycom Center, which I don't think anybody thinks it's a good idea for building a new arena, or keep with, obviously, the nearest option closest to the original spirit of that section would be to shift it to what will become our downtown arena, which obviously people who voted for that item in MAPS 4 did so because they wanted to invest in our downtown arena. And as the name has changed, so too may the building. The other options would obviously be, you know, spending on something completely different would be far afield of the spirit. But the technical action that will probably be required at some point would be amendment to the implementation plan.
Yes.
Well, I guess when I read the resolution, the MAPS 4 resolution as it relates to the Freedom Center and the Clara Luper Center, this does seem to allow for some flexibility of renovation of the Freedom Center, home of the Oklahoma City Rights Movement, as well as construction of an adjacent civil rights museum and community gathering place. So that actually includes, like, okay, well, maybe we aren't going to spend all that money on the Freedom Center, but we are still going to keep it within this other space for this museum, whereas there is not language as it relates to that. So I was just kind of curious and wanted to help the public understand some of those pieces. I appreciate Councilman Cooper's work on this CBA. I think my point of asking the question about a working group or a task force related to spending $1 billion of public money is that I find it frankly insulting that that we would, instead of just including in the CBA, that these items that we would just say we're going to require or direct the pieces of these license agreement with anyone who's operating this arena to honor a labor peace agreement, which is literally just being neutral in issues of labor organizing, that instead we have to somehow study it when there was no studies or information provided to me as a council member to make an informed decision about is this a similar comparison? You know, I'm hearing a lot of different pieces of information floating around, and some of them, it's like, well, we've never established that. I've never been given any information to establish some of the things people are just saying as facts. And I don't know about other folks. I don't feel like that's a good place to govern from. And particularly as it relates to the private-public balance here, you know, in our senior centers, I know someone brought up our senior centers and how they are, you know, access to economic opportunity, access to support. We put funding the operations of those 100% on private entities. There is, except for the case in which one, which was referenced earlier, struggled to keep the operations up, the city stepped in and started funding it through parks. So, and the annual budget of those senior centers is about $1.2 million. So when we say that we cannot touch the general fund to do things like fully funding and making our senior centers, our youth centers, our having robust programming through our parks department, or improving our transit system, we can't put that operation burden on the general fund, but then we allocate at least $10 million a year to fund what is essentially something that a bunch of private actors are making money off of. I find that also insulting to the quality of life and the well-being and economic vitality of our city. Because one, it has not been established that the Thunder would leave if we did not do this. That is an insinuation that people continue to make. And again, I do not feel as I've been given proper and robust information from city staff to make a decision about whether this is a good deal that we would be sending to the people. And that makes me lose confidence in my city government. I heard a lot of arguments and points from folks about essentially what I hear is trickle-down benefits. They donate to nonprofits, they do XYZ here and there. What if we didn't need nonprofits to help homeless kids because they had homes? What if we didn't need nonprofits to build park and sports recreational centers for kids because we did that with our public dollars? What if we didn't need to infuse workforce training because we just built that to Councilman Cooper's work on the CBA, into the operations of when we are making a public investment, getting something back directly for the public? Not in a trickle down, there's money moving, it's economic development, but in an actual, this money will actually go into the pockets of working people and not just continue to trickle up as it has done through the way that we have built this use license agreement, the way that we have previously funded. Just because we've done something a certain way before doesn't mean we have to do it the same way again. And I, for one, just cannot think to send this to a public vote of the public when I have not been adequately involved in conversations or been given information that I feel like I can tell my constituents that they had a seat at this table, putting this package forward to voters. That it was actually just a few people in a room that made a decision and are saying, now the city has to, this is your opportunity to have input. For 6 years of deferred opportunity to invest in those housing needs that were stated before, and not in a way where, well, real estate prices are gonna go up, but so are your rents, but your wages are gonna stay the same because we're just saying you gotta do $15 an hour. It's just all lopsided and uninformed, and it's, in my mind, is not in good faith. I don't dislike sports, I don't dislike basketball. I graduated from college in 2012 and cheered really hard for the Thunder in the championship. I don't think they are the only thing that makes this city great. And I don't think that we need to negotiate from a place of fear and just begging people who have so many resources to say, no, we need to put that burden, 95% of that burden on the people who do not have those resources. That $3,200 would be transformative for staying in their housing, paying that health bill, getting their kids clean, fit clothes that fit to go to school. So I cannot vote to send this to people to vote on, because it is not something that I believe was negotiated in good faith with good information provided to me to make an actually informed decision at the end of the day.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
I
on any of the items?
have a couple of comments first, and then I'll ask my questions. I am a lifelong resident of Oklahoma City, born and raised within the area that I currently serve, so I'm grateful to do that. And I come from a place of saying, growing up in the 80s and experiencing firsthand at Northeast High School, April 19th, and going forward and having the opportunity to leave and go to college, but deciding not to do that, staying here in Oklahoma City, attending University of Central Oklahoma, ultimately graduating from Langston University, and interning at a local television station in the sports department when the Thunder arrived. So I have plenty of fond memories of being able to support and understand what the Thunder have brought. And also, during that same time of interning, at that time I worked at the coffee shop that was owned by the Seattle Supersonics. And the conversation that happened when the team was ultimately brought to Oklahoma City. And I am a Gary Payton fanatic. So I've always been a fan of the Supersonics. So it was a joy to know that the Thunder and what they brought were coming here. It was very unfortunate of the way that it happened for us to receive the team. But regardless, of course, being here, we're excited about whatever we get to experience. During that first few years of the Thunder's arrival, as I worked at that coffee shop, there were numerous times that there was some people that worked for the Thunder that would come through our drive-through often, and as they ordered their drinks, they would leave stacks of tickets for our baristas to enjoy Thunder games. So this was our experience of being able to see what the Thunder were all about and enjoy in the excitement of what a brand new sports team can do and bring for our city. Over the years, being able to randomly attend games has also been a great joy as well. But I find it interesting that once I became an elected official, I can't even afford to go to a game. We do receive one ticket, but the face value of that ticket is about $150. And I have to pay for someone else to attend at that face value for the opportunity for us to sit in the specific area that is designated for our city, which is a suite. So those are the difficulties that I have with what we are doing. I also say this because I just bought a Thunder t-shirt this summer, so I guarantee you I will be supporting the Thunder. And I also revel in what I heard earlier because of the Bahamas and going to Italy. When I studied abroad in Dakar, in Banjul, Gambia, there were young Africans with Thunder t-shirts on from our travels at Langston University studying and bringing those items to Africa. So it was to my surprise when I saw young Africans with Oklahoma City Thunder shirts on. And they were telling me what they knew about the Thunder, but I get to see them at home. So those are the unique experiences that I can also say the Thunder have been able to provide. And as being an elected official and being able to experience some of our local nonprofits, just 2 Thanksgivings ago, when we were still in the height of trying to experience what opening our city could look like, we had Restore OKC had a Thanksgiving food drive at the market at East Point on Northeast 23rd Street. And that was my first time of being able to see every single player in person in our community. So I can tell you the specifics of times and experiences in being out as a young whippersnapper during the day, hanging out, and even also experiencing when other team members would come and you just hang out and go clubbing, because that's what we did. So again, all of those things, I will say from my personal experience, and my mom made me a jacket and I plan on wearing that too. She wears her blazer. So I don't want anyone to get confused of the fact that we don't want or want to experience what the Thunder have brought and continue to bring. I was one of those folks who was able to go to Milwaukee last year and look at the arena, their current arena, look at the ways they've been able to thrive with their district and understand from their eyes of what it took for them to be able to bring these things into fruition. And I know some of us say, well, there's a staunch difference, but when you think about NBA is NBA. You're still gonna have to build an NBA arena to an NBA standard, which is one of the things that I have difficulty with in what we're doing. Because yes, we can have a new arena, and I understand the time span of the years that we like to mention, 1937, 1972, and 2002. So had the Thunder not been here, we'd probably be building an arena anyway, just because the time span, the lifespan may have been able to wear out on that time. But when we are now at the table negotiating a new arena, the key words are that this arena has to be built to the NBA standard first, not to the Oklahoma City or original arena standard. And that the qualities, again, it's labeled in the key terms of this development agreement, and I want to read it. The quality standards also include the standards set forth in any applicable National Basketball Association rules and requirements, including the National Basketball Association Arena Standards, Manual, and other rules related to technology and guest experience. So first and foremost, this has to be built to that. At a minimum of $900 million. And as we continue to look at the budget and construction and sources of funding, I find it interesting that we say a minimum of, and as we heard from some of our community members, I think we all agree this is probably going to be well over $1 billion once the official price tag comes in, and I'm hoping that it won't be, but I think there's an expectation of such. So therefore, I would ask in my question, as far pertaining to page 3 of the budget and construction and sources of funds, and this is pertaining to item 11N, that last paragraph says, or last sentence, or 2 sentences, the team shall not be responsible for any cost overruns with respect to the budget except to the extent that such cost overrun is a result of modifications to the project requested by the team after the design is finalized, and such request increases the budget for the new arena. In such instance, the team is only responsible for the increase above the previously agreed upon budget that is attributable to their request. Now, I got a degree in broadcast journalism, so I do have a question as far as someone helping to over-explain in simple terms what, in such instance, the team is only responsible for the increase above the previously agreed upon budget that is attributable to their request means.
Yeah, so basically it's saying that the team isn't responsible if the budget just has overruns because of different cost increases. They would be responsible if, for instance, we got into it, we had the building designed, we get further down the road, they decide in looking at it they need another area built out, or they want us to have another area built out. If their decision that they're making or the request that they're making increases the cost, they would pay for that increased cost.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I think it's important for all of us to understand these things because clearly what's written is not explained. In a lot of ways, that's what makes it a lot difficult for some of us to interpret to those who may have questions. And I think that's where my concern, and I share the same concerns with Councilwoman Hammond, my concerns lie because one, the current arena sits in the ward where I serve. Two, the potential arena sits in the ward that I serve and where Councilwoman Hammond serves. And people have been asking us numerous questions and we have had no answer for it because we haven't been a part of the conversation to at least address something. Everything is speculation, and that hasn't been fair to either one of us for us to have the homes of where one, a current, and two, a potential arena could reside. So I think that's very disrespectful to not at least have the conversation of those two council women involved in this conversation. Just to at least give a heads up, hey, here's what's going on, this is what we're thinking. When we have more details, we can let you know. So I think that was I know that was a disconnect on you all on whoever to not at least give us a part of that conversation or be able to speak to the residents that we serve. Because again, as she serves about 85,000, I serve about 85,000. So if you time that times two, that's how many people were not a part of this conversation for sure. And that is a disadvantage to the folks that we serve and that we represent. I have said, and I was probably quoted in the newspaper as saying, I don't have a problem sending a vote to the people for what we're doing. However, I don't agree with the letter of intent, and I don't agree with the pieces of what we are looking at, because I laugh because I think it's weird for me to even say that I feel like a few of us are wanting to be the fiscally responsible, conservative ones in the conversation when we are usually not. It's like usually throw the baby in the bathwater so we can get all these things to help the people. Whereas this time, we're just asking for accountability and for some fiscal responsibility of what we're doing for our residents that we're serving. So again, especially housing the Thunder, I am not against them being here, and I'm gonna continue to wear all of the orange and blue that I have in my closet. And you will see me on Tuesdays with my Thunder earrings on to support what they do. But we have to be fiscally responsible about how we are working to support these types of ventures in our city, because people are counting on the things we just heard, food insecurity, which I know firsthand of what a community has been able to feel or lack of filling because their bellies aren't filled. I understand when I talk to people in the community that say, well, I can't go to a Thunder game. Councilperson Cooper and I were at a community meeting for Britton District yesterday, and a couple that owns a business said, we can't afford to go to tickets. We rely on people to give us tickets. So I hope that in future dealings and conversations that we have better communication about how we move forward with these types of ventures, because the math is not mathing as far as 95% and 5% is concerned for costs of these types of what this can do. And 72 months is a long time for people to have to pay for something that they will never get to experience. And I appreciate everyone that spoke, whether you were for or against. And I'm hoping at the polling locations that folks will voice how they feel truly about what we are presenting or lack of presenting to them today.
Any other more comments or questions on any of the 5 items? Go ahead, Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to talk real quickly. To me, it's I try to look at everything from an economic development standpoint. And to me, the reason that economic development is important is from the standard of creating additional jobs that pay well. I like to see that tide rises all boats. And to me, that's very, very important, that people have the opportunity to find jobs that pay well so they can support their families. Part of the reason that really I support Councilman Cooper's resolution is, to me, there's 3 components in it. The first one being programs for jobs. I mean, we've been trying to talk about how can we build that pipeline to construction as well as hospitality, to where people that may not have the skill sets they need are able to earn those skill sets. You think about the construction of this thing, that's a pretty big project. You look at the development that's also going on around Oklahoma City. People coming in, spending hundreds of millions of dollars in this city on projects. And they're doing that because they see this city as investing in itself, continuing to move forward. And those projects create tons of fringe benefits for people in terms of jobs for their families so they can support them. If, this is my opinion, if we decide we think we've invested enough, okay, and the Thunder are going to eventually leave because we know the Paycom wasn't eventually an NBA stadium. I'm pretty sure no one invested $50 million to help us build Paycom when we decided to do that one. But when the Thunder leave, it's going to be a little bit of a downward struggle on Oklahoma City. We don't have an NFL team, a Major League Baseball team, and everything else. We've got one NBA team. It's going to take a downward hit. And some of those investments that are coming in from out of state are going to cease. When they do that, you're going to see a drop-off in jobs, even existing jobs. We're going to see a big drop-off there, especially in the hospitality markets. When you think about the restaurants, when you think about hotels, that type of thing, there's going to be a drop-off. When those drop-offs happen, the monies that we do spend towards other needs are going to struggle versus continue to grow. So that's kind of my thought on it. I am more than happy to send this to a vote of the people. I think the people need to have their voice. I've had numerous comments on it, some for, some against, and I get both sides of the conversation. But I think it's definitely an opportunity that has to go to our constituents, so that we hear the voice of the people and how they want Oklahoma City to proceed. So, James, I want to tell you I appreciate your work on that resolution. You know, on the Economic Development Trust, when we talk about job creation, we put requirements in there on those businesses that want us to contribute to the investment that they're showing our city, right? They don't come in and just say, hey, we're doing an extra 500 jobs. We say it's an extra 500 jobs, and they say this is the average wage. And that's the way the city makes sure that we and the public are getting something back out of that investment. And I think it's very important that we continue to do that. So thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let me just say this, and I'll be as brief as Todd has ever wanted me to be. Thank you for those words. Honored to have worked with you to get us to this place, and to every other council member who reached back out to me over the last few days, thank you for your responses. It will take each one of us ward by ward to tap into our networks to figure out where's Francis Tuttle, where's Metro Tech, where's OCCC, where's OSU OKC. Bradley and I have zip codes that are 2 of the highest eviction rates in the county. It's time we tap in and meet our people where they are. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, well then we can start voting. I'll just say in conclusion for how I'm going to be proceeding in my votes, you know, and I think I could barely top what Todd just said, but I just think that for the concerts, for the major league sports, for the quality of life, the community unity, the economic impact and growth, the international brand, the economic ability to help all people, as Todd alluded to, and the philanthropy, the fact that we can do all that without a tax increase, I think is a win-win. But as has been said many times here, the people get to decide based on what we're about to do, and I think that's the most beautiful thing of all. So I hate that he just left the room, because I really want to start with his vote. Okay. I know he really wants his vote to go first. Okay. Okay, very good. All right, so we're going back to items from council docket. And this is item 4A. This is a resolution declaring the intent, well, you've heard it all, et cetera, by Councilman Cooper. And we could take a motion on this. And I commend, as has already been done, Councilman Cooper for all his hard work on this.
Thank you. I only stepped out, Mayor. I did not mean to be disrespectful. The other councilman made me cry, so I had to get all that out of my face. Way to go, Todd. Mom, this is for you. I'd move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 8-1. And now we're at back under items requiring separate votes. Item 11V is, no, too much flipping around. Item 11N is a letter of intent with PBC Sports and Entertainment LLC, doing business as the Oklahoma City Thunder, for the purpose of securing a long-term commitment from the team to play in Oklahoma City and for the city of Oklahoma City to construct a new downtown arena. You are essentially authorizing me to sign the last page of that currently unsigned letter of intent alongside the signature of the chairman of the Thunder. So we could take a motion on this item. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 7-2. And then item 1101. So this is the ordinance number 27420 related to taxation. This is basically just the sales tax itself. It is a special use tax for a downtown arena. It is, or I should say for an arena, I think is what it says. It is for 1% for 72 months, as has been discussed. And this, we're going to cast 2 votes on this, but this is the first vote. It is merely adoption of the ordinance with the understanding it's not really adopted until the voters should potentially approve it on December 12th. A little different maybe than our other ordinance votes in that regards. So we could take a motion on that. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 7-2. Now we are on the emergency for this, and this requires a side explanation that we haven't touched upon yet, but a quirky little thing happened in the middle of all of this planning. The governor called a special election for a House seat that had one precinct of overlap with Oklahoma City, which converted our local election to a state election on December 12th. I should say his special election call was for December 12th, which under state law expanded our notice requirement from 60 days to 75 days. And suddenly we were put in the position of doing what we're about to do. If we did not get the emergency on the vote we were about to cast, we will come back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. and vote on this one thing, and it would not require a supermajority, it would require a simple majority. But if we pass the emergency with 7 votes here, then we will cancel tomorrow's special meeting. Okay, so this is item 1102, ordinance number 27420 to be adopted with emergency. And we could take a motion on that. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. This requires 7. And it gets it. Passes 7-2. Kenny, would you say, I didn't mean to surprise you with this, but would you say a word about what the difference is between resolution number 1 and number 2? Surely that's a short explanation.
Yes, that is a short explanation. Resolution number 1 is council authorizing the mayor to call the special election. Resolution number 2 is council directing the city clerk to submit that resolution to the county election board secretary to inform the election board that the election will be held. And then the mayor will issue a proclamation on his own after this meeting, which actually calls the election.
Got it. So the 2 items, they work in tandem. They both relate to the actual calling of the election. It's just for highly legalistic reasons, we've got to do them in 2 different resolutions. And so we have item P and item Q. As I said, this is probably, of all the items, the most on point with actually calling the election on December 12th to approve the ordinance we just adopted. So item 11P is where we will begin resolution number 1. I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 8-1. And then item 11Q is resolution number 2. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 8-1 as well. So in summation, we now have an election on the books in this city for December 12th. The ordinance was adopted with an emergency, so after this meeting, we will cancel tomorrow's special meeting. Everybody get your 8 a.m. hour back tomorrow. And I thank you all, and I thank all of the residents who came today for their time. And we're now going to move on to things that you may consider more boring, but you were absolutely invited to stay. Yes.
While that's happening, thank you for helping me create the space for this. I want to thank Representative Forrest Bennett, who came to me early last summer and said we need to do something. I really want to thank Councilwoman Nice for, I didn't get to go to Milwaukee, and you introduced me to that conversation. Councilwoman Hammond sitting in on those meetings with me with the owners of the Milwaukee Bucks, and just wanted to say all that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 11R is a public hearing regarding an assessment roll for the Downtown Business Improvement District. And we do have someone who is signed up to speak, Billy Lewis.
Shockingly, everyone's leaving while surprise. My name is Billy Lewis. I'm the vice chair of the Downtown Improvement District. I'm also the incoming chairman of the Downtown Improvement District. I would just like to relate that all of our board, we have an elected board who are representatives of the Downtown Improvement District. We have approved to support these next 2 items at the Bid Improvement District Board, and all of our sub-districts have also approved this. That includes Bricktown, Midtown, Uptown, West Village, all the sub-district boards have also approved both of these items. So we are voting, the people that are being taxed by this, ultimately by this assessment roll, we are voting in favor of it. And so I just wanted to relay that to the board. I'm sure you guys know what the Downtown Improvement District and what we do primarily are, besides public art and downtown support and things like that, we also are clean and safe. We have a clean and safe program that we adopted 2 years ago, which was Green Team. They help pick up trash with graffiti removal and all that stuff. All the downtown people pay into this. We're all supportive of it. For Councilman Hammond, we also pay our own for a downtown homeless coordinator as part of this. We fund it ourselves to have someone dedicated to downtown as part of this program. But other than that, I just wanted to thank Jennifer and Fee. They're the ones that do the heavy work here. We're just voting on stuff. So I want to thank you guys, and we all just wanted to relay everybody supports this.
Well, and I just want to comment that the Green Team, I think, has been very transformative for how some of these dollars are used. I think so often, even if you just think about litter, people are always like, someone should do something about that litter. And so y'all decided, well, let's pay some people to go do something about that litter and be proactive in that effort. And I think that's, I think more solution-oriented ideas, even as it relates to the outreach aspect as it embedded in the Green Team, is just very refreshing to see because, like I said, so often I think we all get to hear the folks that are, why won't you do something about this? And y'all have thought through ways to find a piece of that solution. And as always, it's not the whole solution, right? We need a lot of other people at the table and in that collaboration. But I do really appreciate the work y'all have done to keep that going and just the presence. I think that the Green Team, very visible, very, I see folks stop and ask them for like direction, probably a lot of things that are in other duties as assigned, I assume. I do think that their visible presence and then the work they're doing to keep, our streets and sidewalks clear of litter and debris is just very, very commendable solution that y'all have come up with.
We've really had good response from the stakeholders about the Green Team, about the homeless outreach. We've had some great, they come and update us on what they've done. It's been really, we're very supportive of this. It seems to be headed, it's been a great organization for a long time. The Green Team was a great coup for us. It was a good grab. We've had nothing but good reporting back to us. So I appreciate the comments.
I wanted to echo that because I get to share a lot of what you all are doing as well. And one of the things is when I go visit other cities and they hear or have visited Oklahoma City downtown area, they always say how clean it is. And I am very grateful again to what she just said. I think the Green Team are actually the ambassadors more so than anything of what our downtown area brings. And I know a couple of the folks on the Green Team, and I get to say hello to them often. So I am grateful also of us being able to implement new ideas and how we look at improving what downtown and Bricktown and all of the pieces of what Downtown Improvement District brings. So thank you all and continue to do great work because these are the people that matter because they are the ones who you see that introduce you to what Oklahoma City and downtown Oklahoma City is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments of the council members too, and just how much downtown OKC and the downtown bid mean to Oklahoma City and the downtown area. We get comments all the time about downtown and how it looks, and it's in big part because of you all. I did want to acknowledge Jennifer Nakayama, the new executive director of Downtown OKC Inc. She's a great partner, and I know she's getting out trying to meet everyone, and really appreciate her leadership and partnership.
She has been an absolute blessing to us. She's been fabulous.
That's great.
We're so happy we got her from Hawaii.
Yeah, of all places.
To steal her from there. We had, we were
That's
pretty
good work.
lucky.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll close the public hearing at R1 and proceed to the item at R2, a resolution adopting and confirming an assessment roll for year 2023-2024 for the Downtown Business Improvement District. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11S is related. This is the ordinance on final hearing, adopting and setting the assessment roll for the Downtown Business Improvement District. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11T and U are similar to the items we just considered, but for the Stockyard City Business Improvement District. Item T is a public hearing. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, they haven't.
So we'll close the public hearing and advance to the item found at T2, the resolution adopting and confirming an assessment roll for year 2023-2024 for the Stockyard City Business Improvement District. I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And item U is the ordinance on final hearing, adopting and setting the assessment roll for the Stockyard City Business Improvement District. I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item V is an ordinance on final hearing. This is the third of 3 meetings on this topic. This relates to the meeting schedule of council. We previously had an explanation and a public hearing. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item W is third hearing on this. This is the ordinance related to the ambulance code. There is an amendment to be proposed today, and I think that's item W1. I believe we have an explanation.
Yes, Chris York, our budget director, is going to give an explanation on this, but basically, after we brought the item forward, IMSA had looked at it, their attorneys had looked at it and asked that we make a couple of small amendments. Our attorneys reviewed it and agreed that there wasn't, significant problem. It didn't change the spirit of what we were trying to accomplish. I'll let Chris explain.
Thank you, City Manager. I'll just go through those changes just very briefly for you. The first is in 6101, paragraph I is in India. This is the paragraph where we added the city as a service provider alongside of EMSA. In that original draft language, we got very specific with all of the ways we could facilitate that with contractors, subcontractors, and so forth. EMSA thought it would be cleaner to just have just EMSA and the city as service providers. How we go about facilitating that is still at our discretion, so we just cleaned up the language and removed all of the trailing language behind the city. We have 2 service providers, the city and EMSA. The other change was in 6-104, and this is the paragraph on accountability of funds received. We've always had the requirement that EMSA deliver a budget to the city council for approval for their service contract. They do that annually. And they wanted to see similar language for this supplemental program. We had no issue with that because that's our practice anyways. This is a city fund that we're drawing from here, and this was included in the fiscal year 2024 budget as part of the fire department's presentation, as you recall. And so we were happy to accommodate that as well. Those were the only 2 changes, but if there are any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer those.
All right, seeing no questions, we could take a motion to amend the proposed ordinance changes as documented in item W1. We have a motion and a second for the amendment. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're on item W2. This is the ordinance change as amended and on final hearing. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11X is a public hearing regarding. Oh, we missed you. Yeah, okay, sure. Come forward, Joy.
Joy Reardon, 125 Northwest 9th. I was looking over this and listening to what the gentleman said, and I just had a couple questions. Maybe the city manager can answer these, or maybe legal. Why do we need 2 providers of medical service when we're one of a handful of major metropolitan cities that the fire and EMS are 2 separate entities?
So the IMSA has had trouble meeting the service requirements, and so they'd had challenges with that. They've been hiring contract paramedics to be able to help out with that. The cost has been very expensive. We had made a decision several months back that we would provide supplemental service through the fire department that would help in areas, working in partnership with IMSA, help in areas where they were having trouble meeting the requirements. And so it's something that we're planning to do in partnership, that we would work together on that, and that would give us backup service in the event we ran into an issue where the fire department had to run on a call.
We've already ran into issues of that.
We have.
Why not just let the fire department absorb?
We'll be happy to have these
IMSA.
conversations at another time. We can definitely connect you with experts to talk about it. This isn't a give and take. This is your chance for public comment, and we've heard your views. Thank you. All right. Item 11X is a public hearing regarding a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation not to exceed $1.9 million from TIF 2 for the project at 520 West Main. We heard a presentation on this at our last meeting. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak into this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
So we will close the public hearing and advance to the resolution found at X2. This is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving this allocation as I just described. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item Y1 is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without admitting liability in the case of Roscoe v. City of OKC. Staff has not requested an executive session. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Z1 is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without admitting liability in a case of Steelman v. City of OKC. Staff has not requested an executive session. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay. Item 11AA are claims recommended for denial. Staff has not requested executive session. We can approve items 1A through C with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11AB are claims recommended for approval. Executive session is not requested. We can approve them with one vote. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And finally, item 11AC1, last but certainly not least, always a major milestone of the year, the collective bargaining agreement with the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 123. I know staff has not requested executive session, but I don't know if there's any general statements you want to make.
Sure. Trey Box, our assistant HR director, is going to give us a quick overview. This is consistent with what we've discussed in our briefings that we've had previously. But just wanted to give an overview here and then just recognize the participation, the whole team. There's a couple people, LaShawn Thompson, our assistant city managers, here on this as well. But there are many people who have worked on this on the city side as well as on the FOP side. Just want to acknowledge all that work together to try to get to this point. And it does provide us a 2-year agreement, but I'll allow Trey to give us the highlights.
Sure, you bet. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. As City Manager Freeman has just mentioned, this is a 2-year agreement. This is a little unique for us but that is going to be based on 23-24, 24-25 separate appropriations per year. And so this will come back to council next year for approval. So a little bit of a different, but we're looking forward to that 2-year contract. Just kind of logistically speaking, we will have to notify the city, or the city manager will notify FOP no later than April 1st, 2023, if there's any kind of concerns with appropriations that might be expected in that second year contract. So that kind of gives you the timeline that we'll be thinking about next year as we're getting into the budget process and everything else. If for whatever reason there is not sufficient appropriations for that, then there will be an extension of a minimum of 90 days on that current 23-24 contract to allow time to go ahead and get into negotiations and so forth. So from a 2-year contract, that's pretty much the gist of that. Other notable key terms on this 23-25 contract, for the first year, there'll be a 4.25% increase on wages, like increase on longevity as well. And then on year 2, it'll be a 3% pay plan adjustment, like an addition on the second year for longevity as well. Probably one of the more notable negotiated items on this, in this contract, we will be replacing the HMO with an EPO, and that is an exclusive provider organization insurance plan network. It's a pretty big change, but we believe that's going to give the city some good options on managing that plan. And so we're really excited to bring that one to you today. And then really lastly, just the 2-year contract is going to allow both teams that have expressed some interest in having some negotiations on some deeper items to give us a little bit more time to kind of work through those, bring back some great recommendations to the council. So it's going to give us a little bit more time to work on that. So we're real excited about that. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Happy to answer any questions, though.
Thank you, Trey.
I'd say one more thing. Would just like to thank Councilman Carter for your participation this year. It was very helpful. So thank you.
Thanks, Trey.
All right, so we can take a vote now. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That concludes our votes for the day. Comments from council? Ward 1?
None today, sir. Thank you.
3? Ward 4?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a comment today. I know. I was very saddened and disturbed to hear about the shooting that took place out at the fairgrounds in the Bennett building. But one thing that made me feel a little better was I saw a interview, I think it was on Channel 9, where someone that was in the building when the shooting took place, they were describing that they were running out of the building as fast as they possibly could, along with everyone else in that building. And the one thing they noticed as they left the building is that there were tons of police officers running into the building as fast as they possibly could. And it was just a nice reminder that, you know, that's what our officers get paid to do. And kind of happens, it's kind of funny to me that it happened on the same day we entered the new agreement. But I just want to say thank you to all the police officers for doing what they do and heading towards that danger while everyone else is fleeing as fast as they possibly could. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 5?
Just happy there's concrete work happening at the Senior Wellness Center down on Southwestern.
Ward 7?
Ooh, I'm glad you brought up Senior Wellness Center. We're going to have our meeting for Wellness Center number 3 tomorrow at the Wellness Center at 10:30 a.m. And I was passing by this morning or last night, and I saw the equipment is already in. So I saw one of those bikes. So I know we're getting closer and closer to being able to say, come on in to our seniors, and I think we're all excited about that. I wanted to commend the FAM for the gala that they had last week that we were able to attend. A couple of us were able to attend. It was a beautiful engagement and experience, and congratulations to all of our folks that were honored on that evening. and just being able to experience cultures and the diversity of our city is always one thing I love to embrace about where we are and how we get to live and experience Oklahoma City, especially with our tribal nations, because a lot of folks can't say that they have as many as we do, that we get to honor and also have exhibit and museum to share the culture of. So very grateful for the work that they are doing. Also, I spoke about it earlier, but Councilperson Cooper and myself, as well as some of our city staff, we're in our Britton district as we are anticipating the beginning of the streetscape enhancement for this part of our district, and very excited about the engagement that we heard last night and for that part of our city that will experience the impacts of what this street enhancement will be able to bring, as well as the sidewalks that are also going to be able to connect from 235 at least to Walker and a little bit further, that will continue to connect throughout the rest of the area as you get into that Britton district, excuse me. So very grateful for them and those engaged folks that represent that part of our district. I do want to say again, you know, I said in length earlier about my experience of enjoying a basketball team, and I still want to continue to say that. I'll be on TV rooting as I normally do and do that. And I know now it is in the hands of our voters to say how they feel when they go to the ballot box on December the 12th. But I hope in the future that we can have better conversations of what we do as far as how we use our city funds, especially for those council members who are going to be a part of more of the engagement than we think, because we are the folks that actually represent these parts of our city. So I'm looking forward to better conversations that we're going to have pertaining to how we continue to see impactful growth for Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Turning it over to Vice Mayor Stone.
Well, I guess with that, I better pull my agenda back out.
Do you want me to speak while you're looking at the agenda?
Please do.
All right.
4 to 8 councilmen.
I just wanted to tell everybody thank you for being here today. These are my favorite meetings. I've said it once and I'll say it again. We had almost 40 people speak to us. We had tons of emails, texts, phone calls, and that's what our democracy is about, where we all come together. Today, I listened, I learned. One of the things that stood out to me was Gary Brooks' comment about momentum and how we need to keep the momentum going. And I know people have said this before, but since the Thunder came to Oklahoma City, we have jumped from the 37th largest city to the 20th largest, the 6th fastest growing in the United States, and one of the lowest unemployment records in the United States. And I think this momentum we're seeing is borne out in our most recent Oklahoma Citizen Survey. 81% of our residents say Oklahoma City is a great place to live. 77% say it's a great place to work, and 70% say it's a great place to raise your children. And so we need to keep the momentum going. I look back at what happened with Seattle when they didn't build the arena. Most of you on the Horseshoe are too young to remember when we lost the National Finals Rodeo to Las Vegas. Let's keep working, let's keep building, let's keep improving Oklahoma City. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cooper, we skipped you. Would you like to, did you have any comments to make?
Thank you, Councilman Stone. Honored. We're going to start a sitcom, he and I. I want to thank Embark for bringing the Bus Rapid Transit out to Neighbors Night Out. We got to take it neighborhood by neighborhood, Paseo, Putnam Heights, Military Park, North Coronado, and people got to get on there, kick the tires, not really city manager, but you understand what I'm saying. We also got to take it to Uptown Outside on Saturday night for that series of concerts and skate parks. And I want to thank Councilwoman Nice for joining us there. It was really cool shutting down 23rd Street. Again, sorry, City Manager, but it was just a really energetic moment, and people loved getting on the BRT. They were bragging about how cool the air is in there, the Wi-Fi, just real-time arrival information, those cushy seats, being able to charge your phone. So that was cool. Also want to thank Belle Isle Neighborhood Association for their invite to a meeting. That was really wonderful. Want to thank Boyd and Debbie also for their work on the community benefits agreement, and a fellow English major, Paula Kelly. Paula helped write that resolution, and it is some beautiful work. And I just want to make sure that she gets that recognition in public. And Kenny, thank you for starting us off down this path. So in terms of voting, did you know that the original Olympics inspired everybody to create a democracy because it was the first time that a poor boxer could box a rich king? And once that happened in ancient Greece, I teach Boomtown every semester, and we always go back to ancient Greece and to the Middle Ages as well to compare Renaissance stories. And yeah, I've learned that during the Olympics, when the poor person could go against the rich person, it introduced this idea of a meritocracy to Athens, this idea that, wait a second, there's nothing special about a king or a queen, right? We're equals in this way. And so one day they had a mad tyrant as their ruler, and they literally climbed up to the Acropolis. The everyday people, it's the first time in recorded history that we know people rose up to take down a tyrant. And when they did, they went to the aristocrat. I know Councilman Stonecipher, you're a big history person. They went to this guy named Cleisthenes, and he was born an aristocrat destined to rule. And they thought they were just going to install him as their ruler. And he goes for a walk on the beach, and he looks down at the ground, and he sees white pebble and black pebbles. And he's like, no, something new's got to happen here. He was inspired by the Iliad and the Odyssey. He saw the role of the hero in there. And he said, well, what if we're all heroes? And he said, what if then we have a white pebble for yes and a black pebble for no? And then they built these places where people could sit and gather and discuss the things of the day. And so actually from sports, to my incredible surprise, from sports comes meritocracy for Athens. From that comes democracy. Unfortunately, their democracy was closed off to women and slaves, and even people like Aristotle, who we still teach today in terms of argument and poetics, didn't believe that women were equal. So it's always that reminder we have work to do. But I just thought it was kind of cool to know that history, and it's why I was able to send this out for a vote today, is because I think people should have a say whether or not they like this proposal or not. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Cooper. All right, that brings us to item 13 on the agenda, citizens to be heard. We'll start with Joy Reardon. Joy, I don't know if you know this, but we need your name and address, and try and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Wasn't sure if you'd ever heard that before or not. So.
I do every time.
Oh, okay.
Hello? Hello? Joy Reardon, 125 Northwest 9th. I'm really torn on what happened today, with the simple fact that I love my council person. I guess she had another meeting she had to go to. I wish she was here to hear this. Thank you, Nikki, for voting no on that stuff. Thank you, and your wise words. But it's like I said earlier, I knew it was going to be voted yes on, which it should have been voted no on, because so what? We lose the Thunder. Big deal. Yeah, they do a lot of stuff for the nonprofits and stuff like that. But think what we could do with that money. $1 billion. I asked the police chief out there what he would do with $1 billion extra in his budget. He would pay our OCPD officers more money. What would the chief of the fire department do? better equip their firefighters. We're having trouble with IMSA. Y'all had something on the agenda for IMSA today. What could we do with $1 billion for IMSA? Get better service. The citizens need better leadership than kowtowing to a bunch of billionaires. Billionaires that can afford to build their own stadium. How does that make y'all feel? Billionaires are asking us for them to pay peanuts for a new stadium. Peanuts! And we're kowtowing to billionaires that come up and said, oh, we'll give you $50 million, like it's an inconvenience to them. The statistics of each game, home game.
30 seconds, please.
Y'all have season tickets and stuff. Big deal. There's a lot of us out here that can't even afford food. Can't even afford daily food. Think about that when you go to the polls on the 12th. Our average citizens cannot afford to eat every day, cannot afford health care, homes. You keep squawking about affordable living.
Thanks, Joy. Your time's up. I appreciate the comments. Up next is Randy Ward.
Randy Ward, 12624 Steve Drive. I wasn't making an entrance. I was afraid that if I stood up too soon, I wouldn't make it down here. So I usually watch these meetings on YouTube where there is a fast forward to get to the end. But I did want to talk. I did want to talk a little bit about the fair. That was tragic what happened. We're fair people. I mean, we're Thunder fans, but we are fair people in my family. We go first day and last day at least. And it was kind of weird on the last day, but they did give free parking, so that was nice. And we also don't pay for parking as a rule, but since we had a big group going, there was several, I think we ended up with like 8 people. We did agree to pay parking. But one of the things about the fair, and I know the city doesn't rule it directly, but it is city property, it's city facilities. The cost is continuing to escalate. Every year it's gone up. Now it's $15 to get in, unless you go to OnQ and get a discount ticket, or go one of the discount days. And of course, the concessions, everything goes up. It's inflation, I realize that, but you know, anything we could do to hold that down. That's a family place out there. You know, if you got a couple of kids, that's going to cost you like $50 just to get in, then you have to pay to park if you have little kids. So anyway, the cost. And then my pet peeve, this year there was lots of seating. I was just amazed how much seating. Every one of them was in the sun. There's all these shady places at the fair. There's trees. There's not a bench in the shade unless you go early in the morning or really late. And it would cost nothing to put up like some pavilions, places where you could go, sit with your family, eat your expensive concessions. So anyway, but we'll keep going. I know we will. We're, like I say, we're fair people. We enjoy everything about it, but it is getting more and more expensive for a typical family to go out there. And if we could get like some shaded picnic tables, things like that. So anyway, thank you, and enjoy the rest of your meeting. I'm going home.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Up next, Mr. Steve Hunt.
Hello again. I'm Steve Hunt, 6300 Westbrook. As someone who's held to significantly higher standards than the Chamber of Commerce and Mayor Holt and others, I just wanted to call out my friend Aaron here and some others that said that there were not 14 months of public discussion. After some thought, I finally realized Mayor Holt was referring to the discussions on Twitter with people he does not block. as his online persona has become so important and such a different from the actual man that sits up there, that made sense to me. So, I have two questions for you, Councilman Jordan, that I would ask. I left my information upstairs. He blocks me on Twitter. You know, I posted something about his clamoring for the continued war in Iraq in 2009, and you know, I often reference this because I think it's similar to what's happening now, the things that he supports, and he blocked me, you know, because he doesn't want people to know about this. Is it legal to block, for someone like him to block constituents on Twitter? You can think about that. Another thing I have a question about is, since the Chamber of Commerce gets $7 million, they used to get $5 million, they now get $7 million from the hotel motel tax. Is it going to be legal for them to run a propaganda campaign? I mean, because tax money paying for people to basically pay for the right to be told what to like is wrong. And I know it's a gray area with the Chamber. You know, they say that the Visitor Bureau is a subsidiary, but it's part of it. It operates within the Chamber, and the money that they have is elevated by that $7 million so they can do this work, which, you know, the Big League City campaign was run out of the Chamber. The phone number you called went straight to the Chamber. By the way, the phrase Big League City is a phrase coined by Norman lobbyist Pat McFerrin, and I would really, if they do run it out of the Chamber, and it is somewhat legal, I ask that this man is not involved, because, you know, he has slandered myself and other activists numerous times. He ran Unite Norman, that led to some pretty horrible things there, and it's bad for our image to have someone like that associated with this. So, first of all, I'd like to know if it's even legal to run a campaign out of the Chamber with, you know, $7 million. I got that from the Treasury. And also the Twitter thing, you know, it's not a big deal. So, that's all I have, and thanks everybody and council people that I've annoyed in the past. I want to apologize because, you know, I can be a bit much. It's just, city means a lot to me, so thanks.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item 14 on the agenda. We are adjourned.